her head. "I'm unarmed," she said as the two men jolted in surprise at her arrival. "My name is Zusa, a friend of Elisa's, and I just wish to talk." The man on the left drew his sword, but the other reached out and grabbed his wrist. "I recognize her," he said to his fellow before turning towards Zusa. "Though that star on your chest makes me think we should send you to a cell instead of the lady's bedroom." "A disguise, and nothing more," she said, arms still raised. "Let Elisa know I'm here." The first soldier pulled his hand free of his companion's, then banged on the door, the noise obnoxiously loud. He was trying to alert other soldiers without making it seem obvious. Zusa knew. Telling herself to be patient, she gritted her teeth and waited. "Yes?" asked Elisa's voice from the other side. "A woman's here. Says her name is Zusa." A pause. "Let her in." Zusa smiled sweetly at them both as they opened the door, and then into the master bedroom she slid, the doors promptly shutting behind her. "Forgive the intrusion," Zusa said. Elisa sat before her in her bed, blankets bunched at her waist and her hair ruffled from sleep. "I know it's late, but we have little time to act before dawn, and the executions begin. Where is Victor?" Despite her glass eyes being in a jar on the bed table beside her, Elisa blinked a few times and rubbed her forehead, struggling to make sense of Zeus's words. "Victor? Executions? What are you talking about, Zusa?" Zusa took in a deep breath, and she forced herself to calm down as she sat at the foot of the enormous bed. "Muzians decided to draw out the Watcher," she said. "To do so, he's captured several of his friends, and come dawn, he plans on creating another spectacle like he did in the marketplace. We have to be ready. This is our chance, the best chance we could ever hope for. Now summon your betrothed so we can prepare." Elisa seemed almost embarrassed, and it baffled Zusa. "He's not my betrothed," she said. We married earlier today, Zusa." Zusa tilted her head, and she started to gesture about her before feeling foolish upon realizing Elisa would not see the motions. "Then where is Victor?" "Down the hall, in his quarters. It's a strange wedding night that has the newlyweds sleeping in different beds," Zusa said. "I think tonight has seen stranger," Elisa said, sliding out of bed, walking 3 careful steps, and then grabbing a waiting bedrobe that hung from the side of a dresser. "Do you know exactly what his plans are?" she asked as she put on the robe. "An excellent question," said a man's voice from the corner, and both turned toward the source. Hairn stood beside an opened window, a window Zusa had long been displeased with for the exact reason before her. There should have been guards positioned beneath. But, of course, it was stupid to think the Watcher would not have been able to handle them. "I pray you didn't kill anyone to enter through there, Watcher," Zusa said, purposefully using his name to ensure Elisa knew the identity of the stranger invading her bedroom. "They're awake," Hairn said. "Now, what is the meaning of this?" He tossed a rolled-up letter onto the bed, the letter she'd written and left hanging from the door of the Eschaton Tower earlier that night. "They are gone," it read. "Come to Elisa's for answers." The Sun Guild has captured 3 fellow members of your mercenaries," Zusa said. "It will be a simple exchange. Your life for theirs. Muzian will cry it out to the entire city to ensure you know, then begin killing them one by one until you show." Hairn's face, already clothed in shadow by that magical hood of his, somehow seemed to grow darker. "Where?" he asked, his voice nearly a growl. Before Zusa could answer, Elisa interrupted, putting a hand on Zusa's shoulder to gain her attention. "Not yet," she said. "Victor should be here for this." Hardly an opinion Zusa shared, but she knew it was pointless to argue. Walking to the door, she yanked it open, startling the 2 soldiers who still stood guard. "Fetch Victor for us," she said, then slammed it shut. "I don't care about your plans, nor if you agree," Hairn said from the corner. "Tell me where my friends are, Zusa. I won't leave them in that madman's hands for another second." "You will if you want to kill him," Zusa said, matching the Watcher's icy glare with one of her own. I've risked everything to infiltrate Museum's guild, and now we finally have a chance to catch him off guard. If you run off before dawn, alone and reckless, you'll ruin all I've worked for. Getting yourself killed won't help your friends, Watcher. Only patience will. Hearn's hands balled into fists, his rage as palpable as the warm night air, but Zusa stared him down without fear. She was the one in control here, not he. The door opened behind them, and Victor stepped inside. He looked strange without his armor, instead wearing a loose shirt and worn pants. His sword, though, he kept with him, carrying it in its sheath with both hands. Looking none too pleased, he glanced among the three, then joined Elisa's side. "What's going on here?" he asked, taking Elisa's hand. It should have meant nothing, given how they were now husband and wife, but the sight of it still made Zusa's stomach twist. "Museum's planning another spectacle, this time at the fountain in the center crossroads of the city," Zusa said. "He's kidnapped friends of the Watcher and hopes to use them as bait." "When will he start?" Victor asked, and there was no hiding his eagerness. "When else?" Zusa said. "At the rising of the sun. He's not one to pass up a chance for symbolism." Victor glanced about the room again, squeezed Elisa's hand. "I take it we're discussing how to respond?" he asked. "Glad you're caught up," Hearn muttered, "and the solution is obvious. I'll wait with Zusa near the fountain, and the moment we spot my friends, we attempt our rescue. If Museum dies during it, then all the better." "A reckless waste," Zusa argued. "We have a few hours until dawn, and I say we use them. Gather every house soldier and mercenary and prepare them for battle. Death Mask and his Ash Guild have also offered to help, though how, he insisted be left up to him. With our combined might, we can leave Museum with nowhere to escape, dealing the Sun Guild a mortal blow. Let him give his pronouncement. It'll be the last one he ever makes." "So you want to wait?" Hearn asked. "How long? Until there's a blade hanging over my friends' heads? And worse, you'd bring Death Mask into this?" "I've worked with the Ash Guild before," Victor said. "I wouldn't call him trustworthy, but he will be when it comes to this. He wants the Sun Guild gone just as strongly as we do." Hearn turned away. He didn't argue the point, which Zusa saw as a good sign. "The night is wasting away," Zusa said as the four stood awkwardly in the expansive bedroom. "We need to reach a decision while there is still time to act." "It's a trap," Hearn said. "A trap, purposefully set for me, and you want us to walk right into it." "Of course it's a trap," Elisa said, speaking up for the first time. For much of the discussion she'd appeared distant, lost in thought, but not now. She looked to the three with her vacant eyes, as if she could still see them. "But Museum's arrogant, and he thinks himself infallible. If we overwhelm him from all sides, his preparations will mean nothing. A trap for a rabbit cannot catch a bear." "Except it's not a rabbit he's after," Hearn said. "It's me. He won't come unprepared, and even if we can surprise him, we're putting a lot of lives at risk. Innocent men and women will die. You have to know that." At that, Victor laughed, and he made his way to the door. "Innocent men and women die every day," he said. "It's a poor reason to let a vile man go unpunished. I'll prepare our mercenaries for battle. For once, we'll be the ones getting a jump on that elven bastard. It doesn't matter what you say, Watcher. This is an opportunity, and we are going to seize it." He pushed open the door, and before it could shut behind him, Zusa heard him issuing orders to the guards waiting there. Zusa stared after him, torn between relief that he had agreed with her and a gut desire to bury a dagger between his shoulder blades. "He wouldn't be the first of Elisa's suitors I've killed," she thought, momentarily allowing herself to entertain the fantasy. The opening of a window turned her back around. The Watcher was halfway out, feet braced on the windowsill. "Where are you going?" she asked him, suddenly worried Hearn would ignore their requests and attempt to find and rescue the rest of the Eschaton anyway. "You, Victor, and now the Ash Guild?" Hearn said. It seems we're gathering help from all walks of life. So I know of one more who would love a chance to bury a blade in Musian's throat. Who? Zusa asked. Hearn only shook his head. I'll be back before sunrise, he said, and don't worry, I'll play along. I hate this, Zusa, I hate it so much, but for the sake of this city, the Sun Guild needs to be broken, and this is the best chance we might ever have. With a flourish of cloaks, he leaped out the window. Zusa slowly walked over to it, grabbed it with both hands, and slammed it shut as hard as she dared without risking breaking the glass. Zusa? Alisa asked, and she turned to face her. Her dearest friend sat on the edge of the bed, hands fiddling with the hem of her robe. Many people will die this morning, won't they? A strange question to ask, and one that made her wonder. Something troubled Alisa greatly, that much was obvious. But what? You know the answer, Zusa said, walking over to her side. She almost sat down next to her, changed her mind. That closeness, that trust, appeared to be over. So instead she stood before her, arms crossed. What is bothering you, Alisa? Are we alone? She asked. We are? Alisa swallowed, and she took in a deep breath. With her slow exhalation, the trembling of her hands vanished, the droop leaving her shoulders. Zusa, do you trust me? She was taken aback by the question, and it took a moment for Zusa to decide her answer. Kneeling down before Alisa, she reached out and wrapped the woman's hands with hers. No, she said, but if you'd ask it of me, I would trust you again. Relief flashed across Alisa's face, so swift, so brief. Thank you, she said, and she brushed her fingers across Zusa's cheek. Thank you so much. Because, come the morning, there's something I need you to do. Chapter 13. Hearn could only guess at what tortures awaited those in the abyss, but they had to be akin to what he felt as he watched Musian's men drag Tarlak, Brugh, and Delicia to the fountain. All three had been stripped naked and bound with rope around their wrists and ankles. By those ropes they were dragged, scraping the flesh of their backs along the hard ground. They were placed side by side, arms above their heads, thick white gags shoved into their mouths. To his minor relief, they did not appear to have been beaten. Despite the dozens of members of the Sun swarming the streets from all directions, Hearn nearly jumped out the open window he watched from. Only Zusa stopped him, grabbing his arm and clutching his sleeve tightly. Wait, she said. You won't save them by dying. Wait until the signal. The two of them hid on the upper floor of one of the many stores within sight of the main crossroads through the center of Veldaren, the meeting point of the west and south roads that ran from the two city gates. To the north and south, Victor's men waited in multiple groups, positioned far enough away to ensure none of Musian's men saw their coming. They would wait for a runner sent by Victor from his own hiding spot on the opposite side of the street, a runner Hearn prayed was already on his way. The moment he threatens any of the three, I'm going out there, Hearn said, fingers drumming the hard metal of his saber's hilts. And I'll be with you, she said. Now endure. They won't be in danger until Musian shows. He'll want their blood on his hands, and only after demanding your surrender. Small comfort, Hearn whispered as members of the Sun sealed off the 4 exits around the crossroads and fountain, trapping at least 100 innocent men and women within, herding them like cattle closer to the center. As he watched, more and more members of the Sun appeared from alleys and down the roads, some even crawling down from rooftops. How many serve him now? Hearn wondered, stunned by the sight. At least 200 bore the 4-pointed star, an army of blades and arrows awaiting its king. Still no sign of Musian, Zusa said, keeping herself close to the wall, and peering only as much as necessary to prevent being spotted. To disguise her identity from Musian, She wore a black bandana across her mouth, a gray hood over her head, and long gloves so that very little of the color of her skin might be seen. Given better circumstances, Hearn might have spent more time wondering how purposeful were the similarities to his own outfit. "He must be waiting to make his grand entrance," Hearn said. "Do you see any of the Ash Guild?" "No, I don't see Thren either. Do you fear they change their minds?" Hearn shook his head. "They'll be here. Neither would be willing to miss out on something this important." "You're probably right," Zusa said, shifting so she could peer farther. Hearn caught her tensing, and he felt his heart skip a beat. "There," she said, and Hearn slid beside her to watch. With an entourage of 4, positioned so they formed the points of his guild's symbol, Musian arrived from the south. The wall of his men and women parted for him, followed by a scattering of those innocents trapped within. To his 3 prisoners he strode, looking so smug and confident Hearn couldn't wait to bury his sabers in the bastard's face. Zusa tapped his shoulder, and when she pointed, he leaned out as far as he dared to look north. From the other direction came more members of the Sun, pulling a cart. Inside it, as best he could tell from that distance, were many heavy stones. Musian hopped up onto the side of the fountain, lording over his 3 prisoners with his arms spread wide. "People of Veldaren," he cried, and the way he projected his words struck a memory so distinct it chilled Hearn to the bone. The stance, the tone, the force of his voice. After slaying Tarlak and Delicia's father Delius Eschaton, Thren had addressed the people the same way, the same contempt, the same sense of absolute mastery and power. "Your faithfulness has pleased me," the elf continued, "but there is one who still fights against the inevitable dawn. A man who once ruled, and refuses to accept that his head no longer bears a crown. You know him as the Watcher, and it is to him I now call. Before me are your friends, people I know are close to you. We have crossed blades before, Watcher. You know you are powerless to save them. If you wish to spare their lives, only one option remains. Surrender." Murmurs spread throughout the frightened crowd. How many of them had waited for him to challenge Musian? Hearn wondered. How many had pinned desperate hopes on the symbol of his bloody eye scrawled over the star? Now came the long-awaited challenge. Shaking his head, Hearn had to laugh. Surrounded by nearly 200 members of his guild? Not exactly the fairest of battlegrounds. It seemed Musian's proclamation was finished, or at least had momentarily paused. He gestured to one of the men beside him, who went running to the cart. Eyes narrowing, Hearn watched the cart roll up beside the 3. Among the stones he saw thick planks of wood. Heart leaping to his throat, he realized what they were for. "We go now," Hearn said. "Not yet," Zusa hissed. "We have to wait." He could ignore her. A large part of him wanted to. Just leap out the window, assault every man and woman bearing the symbol of the sun, and then pray reinforcements came in time. Only the tiniest sliver of control held him back. As the guild members began lifting out the planks of wood and heavy stones, Musian turned and gave them an order Hearn could not hear, but reading the words on his lips was easy enough. "Start with the girl." 2 men pinned her down, one holding her ankles, the other her arms above her head. Brugh began to struggle beside her, earning himself a kick to the face. On the other side, Tarlak only lay there staring, and Hearn had an inkling the wizard was drugged. One of the wood planks settled over Delicia's body, covering her from her neck to her knees. That done, Musian's men took the first of the blocks, heavy pieces of granite used to repair the wall surrounding the city, and set it down on the wood. "Every moment I wait, we place another," Musian shouted to the city. "The weight will crush her, breaking her bones and choking the life from her lungs. What is she worth to you, Watcher?" Your friends here, are they less important than your pride? Another stone atop the wood. How many broken bones will it take to teach you humility? Herne's blood was on fire. Mucian bent down, yanked Delicia's gag free, and then motioned for them to place a third stone. The crowd had fallen silent at the display, making it all too easy to hear Delicia's pained cries. When they set down the stone and she let out a horrific shriek, Herne felt Zusa grab his shoulder. "Go," she said, "but not with blades drawn. Give him what he wants." Sickening as it was, Herne knew she was right. Taking in a deep breath, he stepped on the edge of the open window, leaned out, and then dropped to the ground. Immediately the people who saw him scattered, giving him an open path to the fountain. He kept his hands at either side, balled into fists to prevent himself from drawing his sabers. The shadow of his hood lightened, Herne keeping its magic weak, so they could all see the fury in his eyes. "I'm here," he told Mucian, and his voice carried like the winds of a tornado. The elf turned, and his grin was from ear to ear. He hovered his foot a moment over the pinned Delicia, then shifted so he stepped down from the fountain just beside her instead. His arms were open, as if he moved to greet a long-lost friend. The sickening amusement in his eyes betrayed his true desires. "At last," Mucian said, still projecting so all the crowd could hear. "You have fought against me, but it is time to accept the changing winds. Kneel, Watcher, bow, remove your hood and beg for forgiveness. Only then will I remove the weight and spare your friends' lives. You need not die this morning, and neither must they. All I ask for is a single act of humility." All eyes were upon them, and Herne realized he had never been witnessed by so many simultaneously. Here he was, their midnight spectre, in plain sight beneath the morning sun. Most of Mucian's men had belonged to the spiders, the serpents, the wolves. They had all feared his wrath over the past years. What Herne said now, what he did, it would carry throughout the city. It would define their memory of him, perhaps forever. Trusting his friends and allies, he let his cloaks fall across his body, hiding his hands, which dropped to the hilts of his sabers. "I will never kneel," he seethed, the magic of his stolen hood ensuring all for hundreds of yards heard his whisper. "I will never bow. I have bled for these people, and I will die for them, all so they might know a measure of peace. The city is not yours to rule, Dark Hand, and it never will be. You're not a king. You're not a god. You're a leech with a crown, and it's time we ripped you from our flesh." It seemed a shadow fell across Mucian's face, though his smile remained. "Draw your blades, Watcher," he said. "Let us see whose crown breaks this day." An open path was all that separated the two, but just as Herne moved to leap forward, a brilliant red light flashed between them, followed by a gust of air and a thundering boom. Stone cracked, and Herne turned his head to the side to protect his eyes from the thin slivers of stone that flew in all directions. Into the silence that followed came laughter, stealing attention to the rooftops nearby. Atop them stood Deathmask, his face covered by his gray mask and a swirling vortex of ash. At his left were the identical twins, Mir and Nin, twirling their daggers, while at his side crouched the crimson-haired Veliana. "Come now," said the leader of the Ash Guild, a sparkle in his eyes. "You weren't thinking of having fun without me? Were you two?" Mucian glared up to the rooftop. "Bring me his head," he ordered his men. "That's funny," Deathmask said, not afraid in the slightest. "I was about to give the same order." And then the horn sounded, coming from all four directions of the crossroads. Panic spread through Musion's men as they turned to face the roads they guarded, only to see squads of armored soldiers approaching in formation. Herne spared only a moment's glance before turning his attention back to Musion. If the elf held the key to the tiles, and he felt the day lost, he might activate them all. The air was thick with tension and screams and the sound of swords being drawn. Through it all, Musion stood perfectly still, unafraid. If anything, he looked disappointed. "This city could have had peace," he said, staring straight at Herne. "Know that these deaths are on your hands." He put his blackened fingers to his lips and whistled. Herne dashed forward, pushing aside any remembrance of their previous fight, and the humiliation he'd suffered. This was it, their best chance to defeat him. He would not dare lose it now. Musion's blades were drawn by the time Herne crashed into him, unleashing a barrage of cuts and slashes. Each one rang against steel as Musion wove his defense, fluid as a dancer, strong as a lion. Herne slashed thrice, leaped back to gain distance for another charge, and then the explosions hit. In all four directions they roared, that horribly familiar sight of purple flame rising up from the demolished streets. Stone flew, and from all about came screams of the wounded. Some were of soldiers, some of Musion's guild members, but oh, so many were not. The cries of battle heightened tenfold. From what little Herne could see, the explosions had struck Victor's men on their approach. He couldn't begin to guess the casualties. The remnants fought on, slamming into Musion's lines, while Deathmask descended upon them from up high, shadow and flame bursting from his hands. The rest of his guild followed, the expert fighters cutting through the group of 50 attempting to secure the North Road. Amid all the fire and chaos, innocent men and women tried in vain to flee to safety. "You bastard," Herne said as the sound of steel on steel overwhelmed the screams. "On your head, remember," said Musion. "You could have knelt." The elf charged, his speed incredible. Before his sabers first made contact, Herne was already retreating, batting them from side to side in rapid cuts to prevent Musion's sudden flurry from overwhelming him. It almost didn't matter. Musion's strokes, while seemingly random, were guiding Herne's hands, manipulating his blocks, and it was only when he fell for a feint, leaving his chest wide open, that he realized his error. But instead of going for the kill, the elf somersaulted backward. Herne's confusion lasted only a half-second, and then Zusa came slamming in from the sky, daggers piercing the dirt. She recovered instantly, and she did not attack alone. Together, she and Herne rushed the elf, shifting to either side so they might flank him. "To me!" Musion cried to his guild as he spun. With one hand devoted to either, he kept shifting, twisting, and to Herne's shock, he even stayed on the offensive. Back and forth between them he bounced, slamming aside Zeus's daggers, then missing a killing thrust by only an inch as the woman arced her back and fell away. Herne rushed to protect her, only to find himself screaming as the edge of a sword sliced through his arm, Musion having predicted the move and swung blindly behind him. Praying the cut wasn't deep, Herne blocked the next few attacks Musion unleashed against him, the elf ignoring Zusa as if she were no longer there. From the glimpses he saw of her, it might have been true. 3 members of the Sun had rushed to the aid of their master, and they surrounded her. "All for your pride," Musion said, shaking the blade that had scored the cut so the blood on it would fleck away. "I had no desire to kill you, Watcher. You were merely bait." "Bait?" Herne asked. "Bait for who?" In answer, Musion's eyes flicked to something just beyond Herne, and his grin hardened. "Him." Herne risked the glance, trusting his reflexes in case it was a trap. Cutting his way through members of the Sun, his short swords performing butcher's work, was his father. Amid such chaos, none could stand against him. "No more games," Thren said, stalking forward like a predator. No hesitation, no delay, just drawn swords caked with blood at his sides. Kill him, and end this farce. Each step gained him more momentum, so that by the time he reached Hairn, his father was in full sprint. Hairn dashed with him, heart pounding, blood pumping in his veins. His focus narrowed, and it seemed time slowed as his sabers slammed into Musian's blocking sword. Twice more he cut in, while moving in a semicircle, putting him to the elf's back. On the other side, his father crashed in like a mad bull, blasting his swords in with all his strength. Musian kept his feet moving, shifting between them so they could never have him fully flanked. Hairn thrust with his left hand, pulled back with his right, and then, instead of attacking with the other, he leaped forward, hoping the sudden burst would surprise the elf. Surprise, however, was with Musian. His body shimmered, then vanished, immediately reappearing behind Thren. Hairn dodged right, only barely avoiding impaling his father, and then dashed around Thren so he might hurl himself between Thren and Musian's killing thrust. He batted the first aside, blocked a second coming from up high, then retreated before the two looped around and knifed past his defenses. Hairn halted after only a few steps, for Thren was with him, and together they launched another offensive. A ring on Musian's dark hand flashed red, and then there were two of the elf, one leaping left, the other right. Hairn and Thren reacted on instinct, each taking a direction. Hairn extended in mid-run, hoping to slash one of Musian's legs to hobble his movement, but his blade cut only air. The image of Musian vanished, and the moment it did, Hairn dug in his feet and then burst into a run in the other direction. Momentarily alone, Thren and Musian tore into one another, feet firmly planted, their swords ringing and dancing with awe-inspiring speed. When their blades connected, challenging each other's strength, Hairn came racing in from the side, hoping to thrust a saber through the elf's ribs. The rest of the carnage was but background noise to Hairn, as his swords came knifing in. Again he felt time slow, felt his heart leap when Musian suddenly flung back his father as if he were a child, then whirled in place. The motion gave him speed, and his arms extended, lashing out with his swords. A trap, Hairn realized, the weapons a split second away from his neck. A sudden, hard tug on the back of Hairn's cloak spared him, killing his momentum so that Musian's blade slashed an inch from his throat. Stumbling to regain his balance, Hairn saw Zusa leap back into the fray, joining Thren's side. They were masters, all of them, and when Hairn came to their aid from the other side, Musian could only retreat. Still, they could not entrap him, his movements too quick, his awareness so great he would leap away at the last minute, twisting and ducking beneath what should have been fatal blows. Hairn raced after, only for the elf to step onto the fountain and then leap to the statue in its center. Kicking off it, he sailed higher, back toward the three. Hairn thought him preparing one final desperate assault, but then he shimmered, vanishing into nothing. "Damn it," Thren said, spinning and pointing. Musian had reappeared 50 feet directly forward, tumbling onto a rooftop. Before they could even think to chase, the elf was gone, rushing madly to the south, long coat flapping behind him. When the elf was out of sight, Hairn rushed to the only other thing that mattered, his friends. During the chaos, it looked like the three had been left alone, Musian's men having far more important things to do than watch over the prisoners. Hairn wrapped his arms around the first of the stones and lifted it up just enough to move it, letting it thud down beside Delicia. He did the same with the other two, working as fast as his tired body would let him. With the last gone, he flung aside the wood plank and lifted Delicia up against him, wrapping his cloaks about her naked body. "Are you all right?" he asked her as she clutched him tightly. He'd tried not to look upon her in such an indecent state, but his quick glimpse had shown enormous bruises growing all across her body. His rage burned anew, his jaw trembling and his hands shaking as he held the softly crying Delicia. I thought he'd kill you, Delicia whispered. You should have left me, Herne. You should have... Enough of that, Herne said. With her finally safe, he dared take stock of the surroundings. Bodies of men, women, and children filled the center square. Some were cut, some burned, some wore the four-pointed star, some wore mercenary armor. Far too many wore neither, just simple clothing that could not protect them against the rising chaos of daggers and unholy magic. Musion's men were fleeing in all directions, their lines broken by Victor's soldiers. Deathmask stood amid a circle of bodies to the north, laughing as he flung a dart of fire into the face of a man in full retreat from Veliana's wicked daggers. Before him was a crater caused by the detonation of one of Musion's tiles. Victor's men had been hit particularly hard there, and dozens of armored men lay about, their bodies mutilated by the power of the explosion. Though they were only 4, the Ash Guild had massacred their opponents just as well as the other squads of 40. As for Thren and Zusa, neither was to be seen. We won, thought Herne, letting out a sigh as the high-pitched keening of an abandoned child punctuated the ending of the battle. Such a high cost, but at least we won. Herne detached one of his cloaks, so Delicia could keep it about her. Kissing her forehead, he gently separated himself, then reached down and ripped the gag from Brug's mouth. "About damn time you remembered we were here too," the captive man grumbled. Herne had no heart for the banter. 2 quick cuts with his knife removed the bindings around the man's wrists and ankles. "There's plenty of dead around," Herne told him. "Go find a cloak or something for you and Tar." Turning his attention to the wizard, he frowned, not liking what he saw. Tarlak's eyes were wide and glassy, but when Herne touched his neck, he still felt a pulse. "They drugged him," Delicia said, kneeling down beside her brother. "They were afraid of what he could do if he awoke and used his magic." Herne removed the gag, then cut the ropes. He noticed Tarlak's eyes were able to follow him slowly, as if the eyeballs were moving through ice. "This should do until we get home," Brug said, returning with one of the Sun Guild's long coats. He wore a pair of breeches, the front stained with blood. Herne doubted he cared. "Thanks," Herne said. Looping an arm underneath him, he raised the wizard to his feet. The man cooperated, but sluggishly, as if he were struggling to emerge from within a deep sleep. Herne put the coat on him and buttoned it shut as Delicia reached a hand out from her cloak, putting a hand on her brother's face. Tears in her eyes, she closed them and whispered the words of a prayer. Light shone across her fingers, dim but consistent, before sinking into the wizard's skin. Tarlak blinked a few times, straightened up a bit, and then spoke, his speech heavily slurred. "Did we win?" "Yeah," Herne said, shifting the man's weight on his shoulder to have an easier time walking. "I guess we did." "Good," Tarlak said, smiling drunkenly. "That's good." "Del, let's go," Herne said as they started to walk west. When she remained put, Brug slid his shoulder underneath Tarlak's arm. "I got him," Brug said. Herne had to speed up to a jog to catch up to Delicia, who was rushing toward one of many injured lying about. "Delicia, we need to get you home," he said, grabbing her arm. "You're hurt." "They are too," Delicia said, spinning about. "I have to help them." "You can barely stand," Herne said, holding her and doing his best to ignore the ache in her eyes. "The priests of Asher will be here soon. Come home. You're what matters now." She was crying, but her resistance was meager. Herne held her firmly as she shuddered. "Can't you hear them all?" she asked. He could. Dozens crying out in pain, their wounds bleeding, their bones broken. One nearby man was pleading for someone to bring him a drink of wine, as if that would put his intestines back into his abdomen. The little girl with raven hair had wandered to the fountain and was sitting on its edge while she shrieked, ignored by all passing by. Two soldiers behind her were struggling to help each other stand, blood seeping over their armor from knife wounds that had failed to kill. Yes, he heard them, but Herne would sacrifice every one of them to spare her, and he hardened his heart against their agony. "I do," he said, "but you're going to worry about yourself for once." He put his arm about her, and thankfully she did not fight him. With her body leaning against him, Herne led her away from the remnants of battle. Tarlak's words echoed in his mind, the question far more poignant than the addled wizard's brain could have realized. Did we win? Hundreds dead, with several buildings on fire, huge chunks missing from the roads, and their main target, Musian, still escaping with his life. "Asher save us from another victory such as this," Herne whispered as he and Delicia returned home to their tower and to safety. Chapter 14. Few times had Elisa yearned for eyesight as badly as when the battle raged, and she could rely only on what Victor told her. "Don't worry," he told her as the explosions rumbled, shaking the building and making her eardrums ache. "We have this. We still have this." More explosions followed, adorned by panicked cries and screams of pain. She heard horns, the marching of feet and armor, and then a near-constant chorus of ringing metal. It was all below her, for she and Victor watched and waited from the second-story window of the shop of a wealthy shoemaker, whose owner they'd bribed to let them enter. Victor had given a half-hearted argument that he should accompany his men when the battle started, but Elisa had quickly disabused him of the notion. "You are my husband now," she'd said. "I won't let you turn me into a widow a mere day after we are wed." And so they waited, and Victor watched as the battle continued. From time to time he'd describe the ebb and flow of the battle to aid her. "The bastard set off an explosion using those tiles of his," her husband said. "Magic of some sort, it has to be. It's too big for anything else." "How many were caught in the explosion?" Elisa asked. "Too many," was Victor's grim reply. More screams, and a sudden heightening of the sounds of battle. "The Watcher's fighting him," Victor said. "Zusa too. They're trying to surround him." Elisa felt her heart skip, and the seconds passed by at an agonizingly slow pace. Was it possible the two could kill the elf who had taken over their city? Or would she lose Zusa now when she needed her most? Victor swore, and it took all Elisa's willpower not to immediately assume the worst. "He escaped," Victor said, after what felt like several minutes of combat. "The elven shit escaped, but it doesn't matter. I'd say 60 members of his guild lie dead, probably more, and all 3 of the Watcher's friends survived." He took Elisa's hand in his and squeezed it, and Elisa squeezed back. "Do your men give chase?" she asked. "They were ordered to do so," Victor said, and she sensed him turning his attention back to the window. "Every life we take reinforces our victory. In the end, it won't matter that he escaped. We've made a mockery of his prideful spectacle. After today, no one will dare think he's the god he's claimed to be." Elisa smiled, hiding the incessant pounding of her heart. "Good," she said. "Very good." There was a lone door leading into their small room, and Elisa heard it open, the sound followed by a rattle of plate mail. "Sir," said a voice, that of one of the 2 guards stationed just outside the door. "Zusa wishes to—" His words ended with a sudden gargle, then a rattling cacophony of plate mail striking the ground. Victor flung an arm across Elisa's chest, pulling her behind him, as she heard his other hand draw his sword. "Zusa!" he cried. "What madness is this?" "One of your guards was a traitor in the pocket of the Sun Guild," Zusa said from across the room. And Darren? He's served my family for 20 years. He can't be a traitor. Elisa could only imagine Zusa's smile. I know, she said, but that is what we will say when asked what happened here. In a hidden pocket of her dress, Elisa carried a dagger, and with his back still turned to her, there was nothing Victor could do. She plunged the blade into the side of his neck, then released as she felt warm blood flow across her fingers. It had gone in deep, and if it wasn't enough, Zusa would fix that. Retreating until her back reached a wall, she steeled herself against Victor's weak cries of pain, which came low from the floor. He'd collapsed, Elisa realized. Good. She heard a sword slide across the ground, a repositioning of the dead guard's body. Moments later, Zusa was before her, wiping away Victor's blood splashed across her hands. The wound is fatal, Zusa whispered. When his movement stops, scream for soldiers. The one outside the door is dead, but I'll make sure others are beneath the window to hear you. Thank you, Elisa said. Now hurry. Make sure others see you taking part in the chase. Lips pressed against her forehead. And then Zusa was gone, vanishing down the steps. Heart still hammering, Elisa slid to a sit, back still against the wall. Victor was across from her, and to her surprise, she heard him force out words. Why? He asked. The question came out labored, and she tried to imagine what he looked like. Did he clutch at his bleeding throat? Did he lie on his stomach or his back? As badly as she'd wished to witness the battle outside, she felt relief at being unable to see the hurt and betrayal in Victor's eyes. Why? She said. Because you're a fool, Victor. Overthrowing Edwin, declaring ourselves king and queen? It's a dream, and shame on me for having believed it for a second. Victor coughed, and she heard a splashing of liquid, followed by a scraping sound as he dragged himself closer. We could have done it. You're strong. Strong enough for this. Then for anything. Elisa looked away, despite her blindness. She kept seeing the man's face, seeing his blue eyes. There'd been a glimmer of fanaticism when he'd come to her. There was no denying that. But he'd been a good man, hadn't he? No, she couldn't believe that. You could have said no, Victor continued. You could have just said no. And you'd have only betrayed me, Elisa said. Remember his threats, she told herself. Remember his insanity, his single-minded destructiveness. He doesn't deserve your pity. He doesn't. I wouldn't, he gasped, and Elisa found herself wishing he'd die faster. She didn't want to hear his words. She didn't want to answer his questions. Everyone has, she whispered. Yoren, Arthur, Bertram, Graven, my own mother. You would have too, Victor. It was only a matter of time. The room went silent for several long seconds, and when Victor spoke again, he was disturbingly close. Never, he gasped. Never. There was no doubt in her mind that he believed he told the truth. She felt his hand touch her leg, and she held back a shiver. Despite all her insistence that her actions were necessary, all her mental berating for entertaining such weakness, she still felt tears running from her glass eyes, and she reached down to hold that hand clutching her with dying strength. I'm sorry, she said, a lump growing in her throat. But I can't believe that. I can't. Not of anyone. Not any more. I'm sorry, Victor. I'm so sorry. Into the city he'd come, banner held high, and as Elisa cried, she heard him gasp his last breath, dying, betrayed and alone at the hands of his wife. At that moment she felt only hatred for the cruel, miserable world, and all the things it would demand she do to secure a future for herself and her son. Elisa crawled along the floor, blood smearing across her fingers and seeping into her dress. Arms sweeping, she continued until she found the body of the guard, which Zusa had moved deeper into the room and then laid on its stomach. Still holding her dagger, she felt along his neck until she located the wound, then jammed her blade into it. More blood spilled, and she made sure it got across her hands. Finished, she crawled back to Victor. "Let them think he died in my arms," she thought. "It's true enough." His body was starting to stiffen, but she lifted it enough that she could place his arm over her legs, then knelt over him. Blind, bloodied, she knew she must look a pathetic sight. It was exactly what she was hoping for. "Gods!" she screamed. "Gods! Help! Help!" Distant shouts came from the window, followed by her men rushing into the building. Elisa waited, staring down at Victor's face. His eyes, she wondered. Were they as glassy and lifeless as her own? She thought to close them, but her hand trembled too much, and she feared she would miss. More shouts, curses, as heavy footsteps reached the stairs and the dead guard. The door burst open, mercenaries pouring in like stampeding cattle. "What happened?" asked one of the soldiers. "He killed him," Elisa said, needing little effort to summon fresh tears, or to add a quiver to her voice. "One of the men. I heard him draw his sword, and then Victor started screaming in pain. I didn't know what else to do, so I just took my dagger." She let her voice trail off. The blood from the guard's neck, and all over Elisa's clothes, would tell the rest of the story. Who would think a blind woman responsible for the murder? They might have guessed Zusa's involvement, but she'd been seen by dozens fighting Musian's men in the battle outside, and her slip inside the shoemakers had lasted mere moments during the chaotic aftermath. No, the blood, the bodies, it'd all tell a story they'd seen countless times before. They began searching the guard's body, and she heard a rattle. One of them had found the coin purse Elisa had given Zusa to plant on him. "Fucking traitor," the soldier said. "We need to get her somewhere safe," said another voice. "Take me to my mansion," Elisa said, gently removing Victor's arm from her leg so she could stand. "I need to be with my son. If there are traitors here, they may be elsewhere as well." "What do we do with... you know?" Victor's body, of course. Many of the men in that room had never pledged allegiance to her, only to Victor. They didn't know how to respond, what sort of protocol to follow. As a gloved hand took hers, Elisa straightened up, showing the resolve they all expected of her, fostered by her bloody years of ruling her household. "Wrap him and bring him with us," she said. "He was a Gemcroft, and he'll be buried with every privilege that deserves." Her escort led her down the stairs as she heard men behind them discussing ways to carry the body. Despite Musian's failure, despite her inheriting control of all of Victor's men, despite her telling herself again and again today had been a good day, her walk to her mansion felt like the long, suffocating procession of a funeral, one where the body inside the coffin was not Victor's, but hers. Chapter 15. Tarlac was mostly himself again by the time they reached the tower, which meant Hairn had to endure a lengthy tirade of curses the final few minutes of walking. "I'll turn him into a frog," said the wizard. "No, a toad. A goddamn wart-covered toad I can hang by its legs from a tree until the vultures come for an easy meal." "I'll tell you what," Hairn said, Delicia still in his arms. "If I catch the son of a bitch, I'll try to leave him alive so you can do just that." Tarlac cocked an eyebrow his way. "I'm half-drugged, naked, and pissed off. Please tell me you aren't mocking me." "I'd never dream of it." Once inside the tower, Hairn collapsed beside the fire, which Tarlak reignited with a snap of his fingers. The other three climbed the stairs to their rooms to dress and clean themselves. Finally given a moment of respite, Hairn closed his eyes and tried to massage away his growing headache. He'd hardly had any rest, for when he'd come home from a long day of tormenting the Sun Guild and scrawling the symbol of the Watcher alongside Thren's spider, he'd found the note left for him by Zusa telling him to come find answers at the Gemcroft mansion. When he'd scoured the tower, finding the rest of his friends gone, he'd immediately rushed over. Now that they were safe, he wanted nothing more than to lie down, close his eyes, and sleep. Sadly, it seemed it would be hours before he would have such a chance. Tarlak was the first to come down, a drink already in his hand. Brugh followed, the squat man taking a seat in a rocking chair while Tarlak plopped down onto their couch facing the fire. As he sank into the cushions, the wizard let out a groan of appreciation. "Bastards kept us tied up all night," he said. "Feel like every single muscle got pulled and twisted a totally wrong direction." "Least you were out of it because of whatever they made you drink," Brugh grumbled. "Me and Dell, however." He trailed off, and Hairn had to repress a shudder. The three had been dragged naked through the streets of Veldaren to their intended execution, mocked, humiliated. Whatever remnants of exhaustion Hairn felt faded away under a fresh wave of fury. When Delicia came down from her room a few minutes later, changed into a comfortable white robe, she assured them her wounds were not serious. "Just bruises," she said as she sat down next to her brother. "You revealed yourself before there was too much." Hairn clenched his jaw tight, fighting away the horrible image of her screaming as the rocks were placed upon her one by one. It seemed that every passing moment his need for vengeance grew. "Did you get a look at how Victor's men fared?" Tarlak asked, rubbing at his eyes as he had often over the past half hour. "They were hit hard," Hairn said, thinking on what little he'd seen. His attention had been so heavily focused on Musion. "When those tiles exploded, I think the bulk of his forces were either directly on them or just beyond." "Those tiles," Tarlak said, and he shook his head. "That confirms it. They must be under the elf's control. Even with far superior numbers, he had a solution ready. Given what happened today, we might need to consider the very real possibility he turns all of Veldaren into a giant, smoking crater." "It's always been a possibility," Hairn said, holding his head in his hands as he sat on the floor. "Except we figured if the city was in Musion's hands, he had no reason to blow it up," Tarlak argued. "Well, today's ass-kicking may make him reconsider just how securely that crown sits upon his head." "Then what do we do about it?" Hairn asked, exasperated. "We can't move them. We can't break the magic in them. If Musion's holding the key, he's still out there, and most likely furious. What solution is there beyond evacuating the whole damn city? Maybe you haven't noticed, but this tower isn't big enough to hold hundreds of thousands of people." "No, but we can handle one more," Tarlak said, voice rising. "Bring the king here if that's what it takes to convince him he'll be safe. Even given how cowardly that little shit is, he'd be insane to ignore something this ridiculous. For Asher's sake, we're fighting a war within a stone's throw of his throne. He has to act. I don't care if every soldier in the entire realm of Neldar must be housed in these walls. It's time to bring Musion down for good." "If armies arrive, Musion may declare this all a lost cause," Delicia said, shrinking into the cushions. "He doesn't seem the sort to leave without one last grand act, and we all know what it'd be." Her soft statement quieted them all. Letting out a sigh, Hairn said goodbye to any chance for rest within the next few hours. "I'm tired of letting our fears guide our actions," he said, rising to his feet. "Despite the risks, we have to start countering Musion with everything we have. If there's anything we've learned today, it's that our only hope of peace comes with his death." "Where are you going?" Tarlak asked as Hairn headed for the door. "The castle," Herne said, pulling his hood over his head. "The king cannot turn a blind eye to this chaos any longer, and no matter what it takes, I will convince him of that." "Are you sure it's safe to go out there alone?" Brugh asked, tilting back his chair so he could look over his shoulder at him. "Safe?" Herne asked, pushing open the door to their tower. "No one's safe. Not anymore. And that's why this must be done." Many times Herne had sneaked into the castle, and as on many occasions before, his message for Edwin would not be delivered to the king directly. No, there was another who was far easier to reason with, the one who truly controlled the city, tugging at whatever strings he must to make the frightened, immature puppet that was their king dance the proper dance. To his room Herne went, scaling the walls of the castle and crawling in through an open window, using extra care given the daylight. Herne had expected guards to be posted at the door of Jaron Crold's room deep in the heart of the castle, but he'd expected wrong. Pushing it open, he was once again surprised to find Jaron actually within, instead of hiding elsewhere or rushing about the city trying to make sense of the craziness. "Do you have a death wish?" Herne asked the middle-aged man who sat in a chair facing the door, a bottle of wine in his left hand, a glass in his right. "I've come to certain conclusions over the past decade," Jaron said, taking a sip. "If people like you, or Thren, or that Musean fellow wish to have me dead, well, then I'm dead. After today, I thought I'd be getting a visit from one of you three. Must admit, I'm happy you're the one to show." Herne shut the door behind him, then leaned his back against it. Arms crossed, hood low over his face, he stared at the king's advisor, trying to get a read on him. The man seemed broken somehow, a far cry from the confident bastard Herne was used to dealing with. "Why aren't you at the king's side?" he asked. "Veldaren's glorious king?" Jaron asked, pouring more wine into his glass, then lifting it in a toast. "You mean that cowardly, spoiled, infantile snot of a boy, whom Asher has ordained through the luck of being from the right set of testicles to be our lord and master? Fuck him." He downed half the glass, then set it aside. "He's hiding in his room," he continued, "possibly crying into a pillow, or maybe ranting and raving at whatever god is stuck listening to him. He's convinced he'll be blamed for what happened at the city center, which means his paranoia's about to go through the castle roof. Gods damn it, what I'd give for a good insurrection, so long as my head didn't join Edwin's on the chopping block." Under normal circumstances, Herne would have been amused, but his exhaustion and anger kept the smile from his face. "We don't have time for this," he said. "That display earlier should make it clear Musean cannot be ignored. You've relied for too long on people like us to do your dirty work. It's time for the city's soldiers to attack the Sun Guild. Order the four-pointed star banished, and have your men sweep the city." Jaron laughed, first softly, then louder and louder, his shoulders rocking violently by the end. "Ah, Watcher," he said, rubbing a tear from his eye. "What city have you been living in the past few years? There's a greater chance of pigs falling from the sky on a clear day than what you're requesting." "I'm not requesting," Herne said, letting an edge enter his voice. "Spare me. You think your threats matter? The king is terrified for his life, and unlike the lions who have ruled before, he's more of a turtle. He's going to pull into his castle here, close his eyes, and pray that everything just goes away." Herne pulled back his cloak to show a hand resting on the hilt of his saber. "Put down that glass," he said. "You're drunk enough, and I need you to listen. Either the king comes out of his shell, or he dies. Have I made myself clear?" "As clear as this glass," Gerund said, lifting it up to him in another toast. But the moment he moves against Musian, as you demand, Musian will execute him. So you're threatening to kill the king if he doesn't go and voluntarily get himself killed. See the conundrum? And honestly, when it comes to which one he'd rather be killed by, well, Musian pulls a more intimidating presence than you. No offense, of course, but you don't seem the type to enjoy torturing a man. That elven bastard? Trust me, the king's heard the story of his red wine. You're not winning this competition. Hearn lunged forward, grabbing the man by the front of his shirt and yanking him to his feet. Struggling to control his anger, he flung Gerund against a wall, knocking over the bottle of wine in the process. The red liquid poured across their feet as Hearn leaned in close, pinning the man. "Have my years here meant nothing?" he asked him, seething. "How many bodies have I left in my wake? How many challengers and upstarts have I beaten down with my sabres? Musian was the one who fled our ambush, not the other way around. Our boot is on his neck. We'll break the Sun Guild if we keep up the pressure. You say the king fears him more? Then I will go to him myself and let him see the fury in my eyes." He shoved Gerund once more, then turned to leave. "Wait," the advisor said, grabbing Hearn by the arm. The act, while brave, was also stupid, and Hearn whirled about on instinct, breaking his grip and ramming him back against the wall. Gerund let out a groan from the pain of the contact, but he did not relent. "You don't understand," Gerund said. "You've been in our shadows so long, we know you. We know you protect this city. We know you'll do everything you must to keep us safe. Even the king, in all his stupidity, knows it. That's why you can't win this through fear, nor through intimidation. You would protect us. Musian would destroy us. He calls himself a god. And do you know what gods do to followers who turn on them? It isn't pretty. It isn't kind. Edwin will make whatever deal and sacrifice whatever lives necessary to spare himself that wrath." "You fear what Musian would do to you if you betrayed him," Hearn said. "What you should truly fear is what this city would become if you served him loyally. We cannot let him win. Please, Gerund. You know that, deep down. You have to know that." Gerund looked down to the wine spreading across the stone floor. Letting out a sigh, he retrieved the bottle and set it atop his desk. It seemed his entire body sank as he turned away, fingers still clutching the bottle's neck. "I do know," he said, "and though it's tantamount to treason, I will order the city guard to no longer turn a blind eye to the Sun Guild's dealings. It won't be the war you want, Watcher, but after that debacle at the fountain, it is the best I can do." Hearn reached out and put a hand on the man's shoulder. "You're doing the right thing," he told him. "Perhaps," Gerund said, looking over his shoulder and offering Hearn a half-smile. "And we all know what happens to those who do the right thing in this fair city of ours. Now leave me to drink what's left of this bottle in peace." Hearn bowed low, offered his thanks, and left. When he shut the door, he heard the bottle smash against its other side, heard the softest of sobs. Chapter 16. The dreams had come every night, but this night Nathaniel sensed they were different. As the world shifted and took shape around him, he felt a greater awareness to its movements, its textures, sounds, and tastes. The ground beneath him was hard and black, as if burned by a great fire. The sky above was a massive blanket of stars, with not a single cloud to mar the image. Wind blew from the west, sticky and hot like the breath of a giant beast. Spinning about, he saw only barren wasteland, no trees, no grass, no homes or walls or signs of life. Amid it all, a rumble shook the land ever so slightly. It was the growl of a lion. Of such size, Veldaren was but a flea compared to a single claw on its paw. "The time approaches," spoke a voice like thunder. Panic spiked through Nathaniel's chest, and despite spinning on his feet, he could not find the speaker. The dreams. No one had spoken to him through the dreams since you asked how you might serve, said another voice, deep, powerful, and directly behind him. Nathaniel spun, and his jaw dropped as he stared up at the enormous man. He wore black plate mail, and strapped to his side was a gigantic sword. He was unquestionably handsome, short hair a deep brown, skin like bronze, jaw square and firm. Emblazoned across his chest piece was a roaring lion reared up for battle, stunning in its minute detail. With every movement, the light shifted, making it seem like the lion's fur blew in the wind. "Who are you?" Nathaniel dared ask. "You know my name, yet you ask anyway," said the stranger to his dreams. "Why do you not trust what you know to be true?" Nathaniel swallowed, throat so dry he had to fight down a cough. The man's eyes. There were stars shifting within the eyes, spinning, twinkling. "Karak," he whispered. "You are Karak." The god smiled. "I am, child. Come. Sit with me. We do not have much time." Nathaniel was about to ask where they might sit when a slab of stone tore up from the cracked ground, dirt slaking off it. Its surface was wide and impossibly smooth, and when Nathaniel put his hand on it to climb atop, he was surprised by the chill it had despite having just come from beneath the ground. Granted, he was in a dreaming land, so why should he expect it to make sense? Karak sat down beside him, and he lifted his divine gaze to the heavens. "It's peaceful here," he said. Nathaniel looked about the wasteland, held back a shiver. "It's so empty," he said. "Aye, it is. But when you look up at the stars, child, does it matter? Stare at their beauty, and then let your ears listen, and your heart feel across the void. Do you sense it? No neighbors curse one another. No man seeks to take what belongs to his friends. No woman seeks to poison her enemies. There is no hunger, no suffering. Close your eyes and feel the comfort that comes from belonging in a place of proper order, a place free of chaos, pain, and sadness." It felt as if the world were glassing over. Nathaniel stared at the stars, seeing them for the first time, and not just them, but things shimmering behind the stars, colors and shapes, and whole worlds beyond his understanding. His awareness expanded, and for the briefest moment he felt himself one of thousands, in a land full of men and women soaking in the beauty of the heavens, without need for sleep, or food, or warmth. No movement, no drawn breaths, just statues of thought and wonder. In the soft silence, Nathaniel felt the faintest touch of that peace Karak offered, a place without fear or doubt or failure. In that tide of humanity, he was like all others, neither greater nor worse. His future responsibilities weighed nothing, for no longer did faceless, nameless men and women circle his family like vultures, seeking to tear away everything that might be his. A painless existence. A hateless future lost in the void of an eternity that stretched on and on, promising something new with each shift of the sun. "This is what you want?" he asked. Before his eyes the stars whirled past, as if he were hurtling into the deep black skies, and lost in wonder, he watched a swirling nebula of red collapsing into a burning yellow orb of such a size he could never comprehend. "It is," Karak said. "Life leads to sin. Humans are broken, their failure inevitable, their flaws built into the very core of their souls. There will be no perfection, not in their current forms. I merely seek to offer them the closest resemblance they might ever achieve before the collapsing of the days. To do that, I need your help, child." "My help?" Nathaniel asked, and he felt himself pulled back down to the blasted heath, and to the god sitting beside him. The fields of men and women were gone, and he wondered if he'd ever truly seen them. "Why do you need my help?" "Because I am imprisoned," Karak said. "There are cracks, tiny and fleeting, that my strength might slip through, and to my faithful I deliver all the power I can. Through servants I must act, Nathaniel, through the faithful and the brave. One such servant comes for Veldaren, and you must help him. I catch glimpses of the future through my prison, and I see the importance you will play, if you would only obey." It seemed so strange to be asked to carry such a mantle. Karak was a god. He could surely see how young he was, how frightened and helpless. What could he possibly do? But as another warm wind blew, he glanced to the stars, and in them he saw moons dancing, saw giant orbs, each surrounded by a dozen rings that revolved in perfect synchronization. Breathtaking. Truly breathtaking. "What must I do?" he asked. Karak's giant hand settled onto his shoulder. "The gems of the Chrysarium," he said. "You must find them and keep them close. They once adorned the hem of my cloak when I walked the land of Desrel centuries ago, and my power still dwells within them. They will keep you safe, and should you cry out my name in faith, they will strike down those who would do you harm. Do you understand?" Nathaniel nodded. "I do," he said. "Good. Now wake, child. Your life is in danger." Nathaniel's eyes snapped open, and despite the depths of his dreaming, he felt wide awake. Scanning the darkness of his room, he saw nothing, heard no one, but there was no denying the pounding of his heart in his chest, nor the warning Karak had offered. The Chrysarium, he thought. As he slid from his bed, he felt certain he must find it, the collection of gems the most important thing in all the world for him to protect. But where was it? It had belonged to his grandmother, so where might it have been put? In her room? Padding across the carpet to the door, he paused, hand on the knob, and felt paralyzed by indecision. He must find it. He knew he must find it, but where? An idea came to him, and it felt troubling to even consider it, but what else was there? Doing his best to remember the way his grandmother had prayed, he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and whispered the words. "Karak, I am your servant. If you would, if my dream wasn't just a dream, then show me where it is." Nathaniel jerked backward as if a needle had stabbed his forehead. For the briefest moment he felt he could not breathe, and flooding the space before his eyes he saw flashes of images. Victor stumbling to Melody's dead body, her fingers curled about the Chrysarium, her blood leaking over it. Then Victor taking it from her. Then Zusa demanding it be destroyed, her voice warbling and distant. The last image was of Victor promising his mother she would never see it again. As suddenly as they'd come, the images vanished, and Nathaniel let out a gasp as he recovered. Victor's room, he thought, and he felt so certain he might as well have been the one to put it there. Given how they'd yet to bury him, they'd not decided what to do with his possessions. Pulling open the door, Nathaniel stepped outside and was immediately stopped by the guard positioned there. "Whoa there, little master," said the guard, a friendly man named Argus, who'd been guarding his room for the past several nights. "What are you up to at so late an hour?" Again he felt a moment of panic. No one could know of the Chrysarium. He knew that as he knew the sun was yellow. But what excuse could he use to wander the mansion unescorted? "I'm hungry." Argus lifted an eyebrow. "You're hungry?" It felt like such a lame excuse, but Nathaniel nodded anyway. "I just wanted a snack from the kitchen, that's all." The tall man shrugged. "I probably shouldn't, but I'll tell no one if you don't," he said. "You're not going alone, though. Follow me." As the guard led the way, Nathaniel felt his mind at odds with itself. "Tell him," he thought. "Warn him you're in danger." But to do that would mean explaining himself. That would lead to questions, perhaps losing the Chrysarium, and he felt a gut panic at the idea of his mother's learning of his dreams of Karak. Fear paralyzed his tongue, and fear kept his feet moving. Maybe if he got there quickly, everything would be fine. Maybe simply leaving his room would save him from whoever would dare break into their mansion. But what about Mother? Asked his pounding heart. She's in danger too. Karak's face flashed before his eyes, that peaceful smile, but accompanying it was the earth-shattering growl of the lion. He felt it in his belly, felt it rattle his bones, and he pulled his arm across his chest, clutched the stump of his other arm, and shivered. "You need a blanket or a robe?" Argus asked, keeping his voice low as they turned a corner. "I'm hot as the abyss, but I've got all this armor, so it's not right for me to judge." Nathaniel's teeth chattered, just once before he could clench his jaw tight. "I'm fine," he said, and he offered no further explanation beyond that. They were just passing by the door to Victor's room, and it cried out to him like a wailing child. "Wait," he said, halting. Argus took another step, then turned about, confused. "This is hardly the kitchen," he said, raising an eyebrow. Nathaniel's fingers drummed across the stump of his arm. What to do? Lie? Pretend he had some sort of authority and demand to be left alone? Swallowing down a growing lump in his throat, he decided to appeal in the only way he knew, with honesty. I need something from Victor's room," he said. "Do you now? Should I ask what it might be?" "No, you shouldn't. And I don't want you telling my mother either. This is really important." Argus frowned, and Nathaniel endured his stare as he waited for the man to reach a decision. "You just want in and out?" he asked. Nathaniel nodded, earning himself a sigh. "Fine. I'll wait out here. Just make it fast, all right?" Nathaniel barged through the door without acknowledging him, his head pounding with urgency. Victor's old room was incredibly dark, and stumbling to the opposite side, where he saw the vague outline of the curtains, he opened them fully so he might see by the strong moonlight. So strange, he thought. Everything was neat and tidy, and belonged to a man who mere hours ago had been alive, and a new member of his family. Nathaniel hadn't even figured out how he felt about having Victor as a new father before the man had died. Deep down, he couldn't decide if it was a blessing or a curse. "Where are you?" Nathaniel wondered aloud as he searched. The bed had been stripped of sheets and not remade, the only visible acknowledgment of Victor's passing. The stand for his armor was empty, for he'd died wearing it. At the foot of his bed was a chest, and when Nathaniel put his hand on its side, he felt a surge of electricity spike from his fingertips to his shoulder. When he opened the lid, he was disappointed to see it largely empty. and containing only meager things: belts, cuffs, books, and a razor for shaving. Hurry up, he thought, fighting down panic. It had to be somewhere in the room. It had to be. Why else would Karak have shown him Victor taking it? The gems were valuable, he realized, and it felt strange, for it seemed the thought was not his own, but someone else's lingering in his mind. What do you do with valuable things? Hide them, Nathaniel mumbled. Somewhere easy to access, merely out of the way and safe from the prying eyes of servants who might be tempted to pocket them. Under the bed wouldn't work, for they'd be found when the floor was swept. Same went for the sheets, the mattress, and the pillows. A glance into the closet revealed it barren but for a few changes of clothes and an extra pair of boots. Hidden. Hidden. Where could they be hidden? 2 soft knocks sounded from the door. "I'm getting nervous out here," Argus said softly from the other side. "Whatever you're doing, make it quick." Nathaniel returned to the chest, and he dropped to his knees before it. He'd felt so certain it was inside. Leaning in closer, he put his hand on the interior of the lid, feeling. There was a give to it, not much, but noticeable. Sliding his fingers around the edge, he found a slight groove. Nathaniel grinned. There. He pushed his finger in and then pulled. The false lid popped free, and tucked neatly into the hollow was the chrysarium, with the 9 gems pooled atop it. Just the gems, Nathaniel thought, again with that strange feeling that the idea was not quite his own. Taking out the chrysarium, he set it on the floor, put a foot atop the plate, and then one by one yanked the gems free, easily breaking the thin silver chains that held them. Once finished, he replaced the silver plate in the false lid, shut it, and closed the chest. Nathaniel turned his attention to the 9 gems, scooping them one by one into his hand. There'd be no way to hide them from Argus, not when they were bulging from his fingers like that. Bribing the guard would be equally futile. Instead, he sat on the bed, placed the gems on his stomach, and then wrapped them in his shirt. Argus would know he was carrying something, but that was already a given. What he carried was all that mattered, and so long as the guard did not know, Nathaniel felt certain he'd be safe from the man's telling his mother. Returning to the door, he paused, then tapped his elbow against it. "My hand is full," he whispered. Argus opened the door for him, and he looked none too pleased. "Got what you wanted?" he asked, glancing at the wrapped bundle made of his bunched shirt. When Nathaniel nodded, the guard shook his head. "I take it you're not actually hungry, are you? Come on, then. Back to your room before anyone gets worried." Together they padded down the hall, Nathaniel lingering slightly behind his escort. His heart was still pounding, and despite holding the gems of the chrysarium, he felt no safer than before. When they turned the corner to see 2 hooded men creeping open the door to his room, Nathaniel's first reaction was not horror, but relief that he'd not lost his mind, and Karak had truly given him warning. "Intruders!" Argus screamed, drawing his sword. "All men inside! Intruders!" Each of the men wielded long daggers, and the first rushed toward Argus while the second dashed inside, no doubt hoping Nathaniel was still in his bed. Argus stood his ground, blocking the hallway, sword clutched tightly in both hands. "Run, Nathan," he said, "fast as you can. Now run!" Nathaniel stepped backward, unable to take his eyes off the 2 combatants. The hooded man also wore a long coat, and sewn onto its breast was a 4-pointed star. His daggers gleamed in the meager light as he whipped them back and forth, hammering them into Argus's sword. To the guard's credit, he did not balk at such speed, nor did he let the quicker man guide the combat. John Gandrum had often talked about the advantages of having the longer weapon, plus that of heavier mail, and Argus used both well, willing to let some of the weaker hits through so that he might attempt his own killing thrusts or cuts. Several times Nathaniel saw a dagger rake the armor, doing little but scratching the plate. Argus's sword cut through coat and cloth twice, using high, slanted chops to limit how much his foe could dodge in the hallway. Nathaniel dared think Argus might win, but then the other hooded man came racing out of Nathaniel's bedroom. 2 against 1. Could Argus endure such odds? The instinct to run pulsed inside him, but Karak's words echoed in his mind, devouring his fear. "Cry out my name in faith." Unraveling his bunched shirt, he let the gems fall into his hand, and upon their touching his skin he saw hints of light glowing from their centers. Closing his fingers, Nathaniel turned his attention back to Argus. The man was bleeding from cuts on his hands and face, and he was steadily retreating against the combined onslaught. The guard spared a glance over his shoulder only once, and seeing Nathaniel still standing there, his eyes bulged. "You dumb shit!" he yelled. "Run!" Before Nathaniel could do something, not that he knew what that something was, Argus suddenly rushed forward, showing no care for the daggers, no fear for his own life. The cuts came in, slender blades stabbing through the creases of his armor, but at last Argus scored a hit of his own. His long sword came crashing down on the shoulder of one of the men, smashing through bone and slicing to the ribs. As he died, the other hooded man plunged his dagger again and again into Argus's side, blood pouring through the underpadding. Argus collapsed, and twirling his dagger, the remaining intruder stepped over his prone body toward Nathaniel. "Thanks for not running," the man said. "It'll save us both a lot of trouble." Hand shaking, Nathaniel stared into the shadow of the hood and did his best to hide his fear. "Another step and you'll die," he said. The man laughed, then dashed forward, dagger thrusting for Nathaniel's stomach. With confidence that stunned even himself, Nathaniel outstretched his hand, the various gems clutched tightly between his fingers, and let out a cry that would have seemed insane to him 6 months prior. "Karak!" The gems flared with life. Before the hooded man could cross the distance, a beam of fire burst forth from their combined center. It struck him square in the chest, slamming him to a halt. The fire surged through his clothes as if melting into him, then spread. It crawled across his skin like liquid, a steady, inevitable creep. He could not scream, his lungs were so quickly consumed. The coat, his clothes, his flesh, it all burned. As Nathaniel struggled to stand against the steady force pushing against his arm, the power of the gems flared once more, then faded. Of his would-be killer, only the 2 daggers remained, even his bones consumed. The weapons hit the carpet with soft thuds, but Nathaniel barely saw them. His mind was far away, lost in a powerful flood of emotions. Power, pleasure, elation. They'd all surged through him, and for once he was not slave to his protectors and his nightmares. Snapping out of it, he rushed to Argus, who was still alive despite his wounds. "What?" Argus asked, coughing. "What the bloody abyss was that?" "Nothing," Nathaniel said, feeling the gems warm in his hand. Staring into the guard's eyes, he let Karak's power flow. "There was only one assassin, and you killed him. Do you understand?" "I understand," Argus said. "Just one. And I killed the son of a bitch." Nathaniel smiled at him. "That you did." Cries of alarm were sounding all throughout the mansion, and Nathaniel knew he had seconds to act. Before anyone else might arrive, he rushed through the open door of his room, hurled the gems of the chrysarium beneath his bed, and then returned to Argus's side. Zusa arrived only moments later, coming from his mother's room farther down the hall. "Are you all right?" she asked. She wielded daggers in each hand, and fresh blood dripped from their blades. "He needs help," Nathaniel said, putting his hand on Argus's shoulder. "He saved me." Argus tried to smile, but the pain and blood loss were too much, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Zusa shouted for others to come, then put her hand on Nathaniel's shoulder. Go to Elisa, she told him. Get to where it's safe. He obeyed, and when he entered his mother's room, which was rapidly filling up with soldiers, she flung her arms around him. "I'm so glad you're all right," she said, holding him tightly against her. "I'm fine," Nathaniel whispered, and despite everything, he felt perfectly calm. "Really, I am." She wouldn't understand, of course, and as she planted kisses on his cheek, he let his mind wander to the gems. Waiting for him. Protecting him. "We're safe," he told her, voice soft but firm. "We're safe, I promise." The freedom was invigorating, and a terrible weight left his heart. His family was no longer at the mercy of the underworld and all its cruel masters, for it was safe in Karak's strong hands. Chapter 17. Night had fallen, and with it came a sense of change, an electric tension that made the tips of Thren's fingers tingle. Musian had failed, his grand display of power crumbling under pressure from all sides. The people sensed whatever war was being waged in the shadows was not yet done, and the increased tenacity of the guards only verified that fact. For once, men and women kept the four-pointed star hidden as they went about their lives. Good, thought Thren as he approached a quiet portion of the southern wall. Let them remember who Musian fled from. Let them remember who once ruled the underworld before the Sun Guild's rise. The rumor had floated throughout dozens of the city's taverns, a message that eventually reached Thren's ears. Musian sought an audience with the former master of the Spider Guild. "Tell him I'll meet him along the southern wall, just shy of the gate," Thren had told a member of the Sun, "and tell him to come alone." On his way, he passed through the rubble and ruin of the city center. Hanging from the ancient statue in the middle of the fountain, a rope about his neck, was the king's advisor Gerund. The symbol of the sun was carved into his naked chest, the blood dried and flaking. Thren paused only a moment to watch the body swing before continuing. Casualties of war, he thought. Such a shame. He was useful. As Thren stopped before the wall, he scanned its upper reaches, unsure if Musian had met his demand to keep the rest of his guild away. Not that the elf would feel the need for help. If it came to a battle, both of them knew Musian would win. Tapping the amulet beneath his shirt for confidence, Thren smiled, reminding himself that not all battles were won or lost by the edge of a sword. Hardly any time passed before Musian arrived, coming not from the wide, empty street, but instead from atop the wall itself. With a flourish of his long coat, Musian landed softly despite the great height, facing Thren from a mere 20 feet away. Unlike on their previous meetings, Thren felt confidence upon seeing his old master, and he made sure Musian knew it. "Glad to know you came alone," he said. "I was worried you'd feel the need for an escort after yesterday's humiliation." Musian's blue eyes burned with anger, but the elf kept his voice calm, his smile pleasant. "Am I in need of protection?" he asked. "Certainly you are no threat to me." Thren chuckled. "Proud, even to the end. You wanted me, Musian, and now I'm here. Would you care to tell me why?" The elf crossed his arms behind his back, and he tilted his head to one side, analyzing his former student. "Despite having the entire city under my control, you still resist me," he said. "Despite having failed at the task I sent you here to complete, you act as if you never failed at all. You confuse me, Thren. And the more I learn of you and what you've done, the more confused I become. So here I am. I come to you as I should have when I first set foot in Veldaren, not with demands nor condemnation, but merely questions." A noble offer, Thren said, though I wonder why I should give you even that. You have given me nothing but disrespect and insults, and only now that you're losing do you come to talk. Mucian shook his head. Your ambush, outnumbering and surrounding me, still failed to kill me or crush my guild. Do not think you have won, Thren. You are still a nuisance, but one whose cost has become too great to ignore. I took as many lives as I lost yesterday, and I have far more lives to spare than you. Thren chuckled. Yes, you did handle our ambush masterfully. I saw what you did with those tiles of yours, by the way, sending in men with hammers just after Victor's soldiers crossed over them. Very clever. Mucian's face seemed to darken in the moonlight. So you are aware of the danger the tiles possess? Thren shrugged, deciding that was a game he no longer needed to play. Mucian had to know who was in control, to see whose hands truly held the fate of the city. Of course I am, he said. This is my city, not yours, remember? Mucian's dark hand fell down to the hilt of one of his swords, then hesitated. I thought you must be the one, he said. The Watcher is too weak of a fool to destroy everything if he cannot save it. But you still have a shred of the willpower I once saw in you as a child. Did you play Luther against me? Or were you merely his puppet as well? Luther played us all, Thren said, chuckling. But I'd say you were played worse. I hold the key, Mucian. He gave it to me before I took his life. With but a whisper, I can bathe all of Veldaren with fire and destruction. You say you haven't lost yet. I say otherwise. I'm the one holding all the power, not you. Right now, you're just one of thousands who'd be caught in the blast. Luther gave it to you, he said. Then you've had it from the moment you set foot into Veldaren. Yet you never spoke a word. Why have you kept this a secret, Thren? Is your pride so great you hoped to defeat me without resorting to such threats? Thren clenched his jaw tight. That was an answer he could not give. At play here was not just the city, but also Thren's own echoing legacy. If Mucian had left immediately upon Thren's return, then things would have returned to the way they'd always been. But now the Watcher fought alongside him. Now the Watcher truly listened with open ears and looked with open eyes. Sometimes fear and desperation were the best teachers. My reasons are my own, Thren said. Luther was a fool, and now his weapon is mine. It's time you leave. The darkened hand clenched into a fist, and Mucian openly glared. This madness is beyond even your limits. What is it you truly want, Thren? Do you want to be my heir again and take your place at my side? Do you wish to rule as you did before, or usurp the throne I have carved for myself the past few months? Tell me. Let me hear it from your own lips. Thren gestured north to the distant gate through the city's wall. I want you gone, he said. I will build a legacy for myself, and it will be free of your shadow. Go back to Modena. Either that, or stay, and burn with all the rest. Mucian drew a sword, but before he could take a step, Thren pulled the golden amulet marked by a roaring lion from beneath his shirt and held it beside his lips. One word, he said, and he pointedly glanced to his left, where less than 10 feet away was one of Mucian's many tiles of the sun. One word, and we're both dead. I'd suggest keeping your temper in check. The elf hesitated. Then, with another glare, he jammed the sword back into its scabbard. You still haven't won, he said. This is merely a stalemate. For all your boasting, you won't destroy the city and end your chance of ruling it. I beg to differ, Thren said. If you stay, I will sunder the land. Better Veldaren as ash and dust than not in my hands, Musion. I think that's a sentiment you understand all too well. Your situation is hopeless. So unless you want to be annihilated, accept defeat and get out of my city. There is no way you can win this, and 100 ways you will lose. This was it, his final moment of victory. There was nothing Musion could do to stop him. Every bit of power was in Thren's hands. With but a word, the elf died. How could he possibly resist him now? The Sun Guild would retreat from Veldaren, and in its vacuum, Thren would rise up to fill the void. He looked to his former master, seeking that fear in his eyes, that defeat. But instead, Musion grinned like a madman, and laughed in his face. Hopeless? He asked. Far, far from it. You have but one grand weapon, one you cannot wield with subtlety nor precision. You have no middle ground, no repeated use. Your only threat is to destroy the city you seek to rule solely to spite me. I believe you're insane enough to do it, but not like this. You want to play games, Thren? You want to dance? Then go ahead. Continue with your schemes. Take the city from me. Earn your place. Earn your legacy. The only thing you accomplish by using that amulet is admitting your failure. You haven't won, Thren. You've only changed the rules of the game. Thren felt his confidence starting to crack. Musion wasn't afraid. Despite the danger, despite how with a single whisper Thren could end all their lives, Musion wasn't afraid. The determination on his face, the disgust. Thren almost spoke the word, almost destroyed them all just to see that glorious second of panic and terror in the elf's eyes. But the day before, they'd scored their first victory, and he'd done it fighting side by side with his son. No, there was still hope. There was still the rest of the game to be played. Why did you come here? Thren asked, letting the amulet fall back beneath his shirt. Why, no. You don't need the wealth, and you don't need the reputation. You passed by 2 other nations on the way here, each worthy of your attention. Did you bring all your focus here to simply humiliate me? To show no disciple of yours shall ever surpass you? What brought you to my city, Musion? What made you so determined to pry it from my hands? Because you were my heir, Musion shouted. I trained you. I molded you. Everything you are is because of my guiding hands. And then this Watcher took it from you. Your thief war lasted for years, and every single day you failed to crush your foes, the weaker it made me look. How could I have you take over my empire if you cannot rule a single miserable city? You want to know why I am here, Thren? I am here to show that the greatest of humans is still nothing compared to me. I am here to erase whatever insult your existence has done to my name, all so I may start over. You are a failure of an heir, and in killing Grayson, you slew the only other man who might have been worthy. From the beginning, then, I must start. From this cesspool of miserable lives, from this wasteland that you call home, I will find another person worthy to succeed me. Because the one thing I know more than anything else is that you are not worthy. The elf spit out those last words as if hurling them at a wretched beggar. For years Thren had hated Musion, denied him, and still those words pierced his flesh like daggers. You were the closest thing I ever had to a father, he whispered. If I am unworthy, then it is by your own failure. You hypocrite. Would you take all credit for my successes, then cast me aside for my failures? As if that cleanses you? as if that hides your shame. You're wrong. It only reinforces it. I'm going to kill you, Musion. When you die, it'll be because I rose above your teachings, surpassing every pinnacle you thought you'd perfected. The elf smirked. Feeble dreams of a pathetic man, he said. Cherish every breath you take, Thren. They're numbered. Putting his back to him in mockery, showing how much of a threat he truly thought Thren to be, Musion strolled down the street he still claimed to own. Thren watched him go, his temper boiling over. Ash! He screamed after him. I will leave you with ash and bone. This city will be your funeral pyre. Clutching the amulet, feeling its hard metal through his shirt, he almost gave in. A scar he'd promised his son. He'd leave a scar upon the world that would never heal. Given the destruction he could unleash, the lives he would end, how deep might that scar run? Tighter and tighter he held it, feeling his hand beginning to shake. His guild was still in pieces, and despite all the power he wielded, his foe showed no fear. To his eyes, the city was already ash and bone. What reason was there to go on? Have hope, he told himself through his rage. It might be only a glimmer, but it is still there. I am not your heir, he whispered, the calm of the night settling over him, soothing him. I'm too old and tired to carry that mantle. But not my son. His son. Thren looked to the city, imagining the Watcher prowling the rooftops, remembering the awesome skill he'd displayed in battling Musion. How different might things have been if Eren had never fallen for the sweet lies of Asher? How great might his son have become if he'd chosen to rule the city instead of pretending to save it? How badly did I fail you? He whispered aloud, a weight on his shoulders, a weight he'd felt for 9 years, growing even heavier. Are you too far gone? When he'd stood upon that hill not far from the stronghold, commanding Herne to take his life, he'd thought all hope of reuniting his family lost to him. But something was different now. At long last, his son was seeing how cruel the world could be. Throwing back his head and straightening his shoulders, Thren bore the weight as if it were not there. Mind to the future, he strode down the same street Musion had walked, determined to show the same lack of fear. Musion's aura of invincibility was gone, the elf's victory no longer inevitable. Time to gather the old guilds. From the ashes they'd rise, and loudly declare the underworld would suffer no gods. A king, though. They would accept a king. And for once, Thren dared hope it would not be his head that bore the heavy crown. Chapter 18. Terence stood at the door to the garden, hesitant to step outside when Zusa found him. Is something the matter? She asked. Terence startled, then blushed at his reaction. I'm sorry, he said, staring at the floor. No, nothing's wrong. I have something Elisa requested. Could you give this to her? He offered her a slender wooden box not much bigger than his hand. She took it, surprised by its weight given its small size. Thank you, Terence said, bowing low. She's been out there for hours, ever since the funeral. I had a servant ask her if she'd like to come in, since the sun was setting and it was getting dark. It's always dark for me, she said. I don't think I've quite seen her like this before. I'll see what I can do, Zusa said. Try not to worry. Elisa's strong. She'll endure like she always has. Terence looked relieved, and he bowed once more before retreating back into the mansion. Glancing down at the box, Zusa let out a sigh, then entered the moonlit garden, Following the stone steps through the roses and columbines, she found Elisa sitting on a bench at the edge of a circle of birch trees. They'd buried Victor in the center of that circle, then marked the grave with a square stone tile dug into the earth. Elisa's head was in her hands, and if she'd bothered to wear her eyes, they'd have been staring into nowhere. At least the weather was fine, the breeze warm and comforting against Zeus's skin. "I've scoured the grounds 3 times, Zeus said, sitting down beside her. "Anywhere I might have sneaked through, I positioned another guard. Between all the rattling of armor and chatting guards, it might be louder now than during the day, but at least you and Nathaniel will be safe. Forgive me, Elisa, but this never should have happened. I should have known Musion would not take our involvement in the ambush lightly and been ready." Elisa offered no reaction to her arrival other than a soft nod. "Another attempt on my life," she said. "Another attempt on Nathaniel's. It won't ever stop, will it?" "Is that what depresses you so?" The woman shook her head. "This one time? No. It's the history of them, Zusa. I feel it wearing on me. Always we are in danger. Always my enemies would seek to end my opposition by taking my life. Is there no other way they might strike against me?" "You are the figurehead of an empire," Zeus said. "They could slay 1,000 of our mercenaries and not do as much damage as they might by taking your life." "I know," Elisa said, leaning back into the bench, hands resting in her lap. Her shoulders were so hunched, her tone so defeated, it made Zeus's stomach sick. "Trust me, I know." "I've been talking to Victor's men," Zeus said, trying to force the conversation to something else. "Something about the battle in the square bothers me. Musion had members of his guild rush the street with heavy hammers after the soldiers passing, then strike those tiles of his he's placed throughout the city. That's where the explosions came from, which caused the majority of the casualties we suffered during the ambush." "He trapped the tiles," Elisa said. "Seems like something he'd do." "Indeed," Zeus said, "but what if the rest of them are trapped as well? There are hundreds throughout the city, and if they're all as strong as what we—" She caught herself. "As what I witnessed, then thousands of lives are in danger. Only if Musion has hundreds of men with hammers willing to sacrifice themselves to do it. I wouldn't put it past him." Elisa gave her a grim smile. "Perhaps you're right. If you were to look into it, where would you go?" Zeus shrugged. "If it's magic, then Tarlac would make the most sense. A bit of coin would ensure he remained discreet regarding the matter." "Discretion? From a wizard in bright yellow?" "This world has seen stranger things." This time the smile Elisa gave her was sincere, and despite its fleeting presence, it did much to warm Zeus's heart. "I kept my ears open while I was among them," Zeus continued. "No one suspects you in any way, and I doubt they ever will. Musion looms too large over everything. In fact, the soldiers are hoping you'll remain true to your reputation and burn half the city to the ground attempting to slaughter the elf. He must have treated them well, or paid them well, for such loyalty. I must say, their desire for vengeance for their former master's death is admirable." "They're fooling themselves if they think I have the heart for that anymore," Elisa said. "I think you fool yourself if you would believe that," Zeus argued. "No, I think you're wiser and more understanding of the consequences. Still, it might be worthwhile to let a few squads of soldiers loose into southern Veldaren, if only for appearances. Besides killing Victor, the Sun Guild also made attempts on your life and the life of your son. The worst thing you could be right now is timid." "If we're to strike at them, we need to do it right," Elisa said. "Can you find spots where the Sun Guild hides, then lead our men to them?" "I can," Zeus said. Elisa nodded, letting the matter drop. The silence was thick, awkward, and filled with Elisa's sadness. Zeus couldn't stand it, nor did she know how to fix it, which made her feel powerless. There was nothing she could do to change the past. Betrayal left the deepest of scars, and Elisa had been betrayed far too many times in her young life. "Terence told me to give you this," she said after several minutes, gently placing the wooden box into Elisa's hands. Her friend chuckled, and she did not open it, only held it. "I shouldn't have killed him," she whispered. "Gods help me, what was I thinking?" "You were thinking he'd drag your entire family down with his foolhardy quest for vengeance and power," Zusa said, "just like I said he would. That only makes him a fool. That doesn't make him evil." She gestured to the gravestone before her. "That doesn't mean he deserved to die like he did." "As if anyone gets what they deserve in this world," Zusa said, her words coming out far more bitter than she'd intended. "You were protecting yourself from his madness. Don't you dare feel guilty for doing what must be done." "There had to be other ways," Elisa said, and tears slid from her vacant eye sockets. "He'd have never betrayed me, I understand that now. Even to his death, he'd have remained loyal. But so many have turned on me. How was I to know? How was I to believe he could be different? And it's better to be the betrayer than the betrayed, right?" She pulled open the lid to the box. Zusa could not tell what was inside until Elisa dipped her hand within and removed the first of the orbs. They were shaped just like her glass eyes, but they were not painted in loving recreation of her original green irises. No. Instead, Zusa had to hold back her revulsion as Elisa placed two solid black pieces of glass into her eye sockets. She looked like a thing of the night, a mockery of humanity, and the sorrow on her face only made it worse. If her eyes were windows to her soul, it frightened Zusa to think of what little remained within. "I will not pretend at having sight when I am blind," Elisa said, setting down the box beside her. "Nor will I pretend at happiness when I am mourning. Look at me, Zusa, and see it. Let everyone see what I've become. Even those who would protect me, I have killed. Everything I've sought to accomplish, I've failed at. Everything I've tried to build has crumbled. I'm a widow of my own choosing. Friends, family. Who do I have, Zusa? My very life is poison, and everyone who dares get near me suffers for it. I'll never be able to trust anyone. No matter how hard I try, I'll never have anyone to—" Zusa pushed her lips against Elisa's, silencing such horrible thoughts. Holding Elisa against her, she let the kiss linger, dared to put her other trembling hand against Elisa's smooth cheek, brushing away the wetness of tears with her thumb. Through it all, Elisa remained shocked still, neither returning the kiss nor pushing her away. When Zusa finally pulled back, she put her forehead against Elisa's, their noses touching, and she gasped in a shuddering breath. "You are never alone," Zusa said, and she felt tears running down her own face. Never before had she felt so naked, so vulnerable. "And you will never be unloved." Those black orbs stared back at her, soulless, unreadable. As if in a dream, Elisa reached up and put a hand on Zusa's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Zusa," she said. I don't know what to say." Each word was a knife. Despite all their years together, she'd never thought this moment would come, yet here she was, pushed away, rejected. Not since Daverick had she offered herself fully. Even with Hairn, it had been purely carnal, a need for comfort and release. Gently came the resistance, but still it came, Elisa's hands separating their bodies, her neck flushed, her face turning away in refusal of a second kiss that would never be. Suddenly Zusa wanted to be anywhere in the world but there. Simply being in Elisa's presence was unbearable, a reminder of her foolishness. She wanted to forget, to pretend nothing had happened, and sitting before those black eyes made it all but impossible. For a moment she even wished for her wrappings so they might hide her blushing neck and cheeks from the world. "I should go," she said, rising from the bench. Her insides were performing loops, and she felt a wave of embarrassment smothering her. "Zusa, wait," said Elisa, reaching out blindly for her. Zusa shook her head, not caring Elisa would not see. "If your men are to assault the Sun Guild's hiding places, I should make sure they haven't moved them," she said, sniffling. "Just in case the ambush spooked Muzian." Elisa's hand dropped down to her side, and it seemed she struggled to find words. "Of course," she said. "Stay safe, all right?" Standing there in the moonlight, Zusa knew she could disappear into its shadows, and the freedom that offered was powerfully alluring. Still, she had to try one last time. She had to see the limits of her foolishness, even if it meant putting her neck out yet again. "I love you, Elisa," she said. "I always have, I always will." There'd be no confusion now, no pretending it had never happened. Part of her screamed at how foolish she was, how stupid, but her pounding heart drowned it out. Elisa leaned back into the bench, looking more defeated than when Zusa had first come to her. "I know," she said. "It's the one thing I've always known. I only wish I deserved it." The chance was there, the ability to return her affection, even if only in words. But the words never came, and that was cruelest of all. "Goodbye, Elisa," she said. Turning to the western wall of the garden, Zusa ran without slowing, leaping into the shadow-bathed bricks and reappearing on the other side. Through the empty streets she ran, without sight, without thought, only seeking to cover distance, as if each step might somehow lessen the pain. It didn't. Faster, faster, cloak billowing behind her, she fled from what she could not outrun, until, legs burning and chest heaving, she slipped into an alley and flung herself against its wall. The mansion was far behind her, but it still didn't feel far enough. Beating her fists into the building's wooden side, she closed her eyes, let her tears fall. "Damn it," she said, a whisper at first, then louder with each blow of her fist. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Forehead still pressed to the wood, she did not see the man's arrival, only heard the softest rustle of his long coat. "Hello, Catherine." She whirled, knowing it already too late. A bag dropped over her head, followed by a rope about her throat. Arms grabbed her wrists and pinned her against the wall as the air burned in her lungs, and though it was in vain, she struggled anyway, fighting until the darkness took her completely. Chapter 19. Herrn had slept the entire day away, recovering from the constant battles and scouring of the city. After grabbing a bite to eat, he prepared his things and left. Not far from the tower was a gently sloping hill, and atop its soft green grass he sat and watched the sunset. Come dark, he'd return to the city, once more working with his father to bring the Sun Guild crumbling down. While at first it had seemed an insurmountable task, this time they'd drawn blood and proven Muzian was not the infallible demigod he pretended to be. Of all the damage that had been done, Muzian had done the most by preparing his public spectacle in the first place. As a frequent user of public spectacle himself, Herrn decided he might need to pay particular attention to that lesson in the future. The sun was almost gone when he heard the soft footsteps behind him. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Delicia climbing the hill to join him. A twinge of nervousness hit his chest, and he did his best not to dwell on why. "Is it all right if I join you?" she asked, stopping just short. He patted the grass to his left, and she crossed her legs and gently eased into a sit beside him. He'd always been comfortable in her presence, yet now there was a wedge between them, and no matter how hard he told himself to forget it, the wedge remained. "It's been a while since I actually watched the sun set," Herrn said. "Usually I'm running the other way, or it's hidden behind Veldaren's walls." It's been a while since you did a lot of things, Delicia said, reaching out to put a hand on his. I'd say relaxing is one of them. Perhaps you should try it as well. He laughed and shook his head. Inaction bothered him. Even taking the hours he'd needed to sleep had left him feeling guilty, let alone waiting for sunset. But Thren had sent a boy runner with a note while he'd slept, informing him where to meet come nightfall, and so he waited. There should be more he could do, he knew. He'd promised to protect the city. Yet out there lurked a madman with a power to bring it all crumbling down into fire and ruin. To let things reach such a horrific precipice, to fail so terribly the people he'd sworn to protect. You've always been one for solitude and silence, but I know something's wrong, Delicia said. She looked his way, then patted his hand. You've hardly said a word to any of us since Musian's attack. If something's bothering you, then talk to me. It's going to get worse, he said, staring at the horizon. Even if we somehow escape all this with Veldaren intact, hundreds will still die. How many of those deaths are on my hands? Delicia thought for a moment, and he appreciated that she did not give him an immediate, instinctual denial. I don't know, she said. I don't know what brought Musian here. I don't know what you'll need to do to secure peace. But Herne, don't you dare put the blood of the innocent on your hands when others are holding the knives. It's terrible enough when vile men do vile deeds. Don't let them cast the blame onto others. It doesn't wash their own hands clean, nor stain yours. She spoke what he needed to hear, and he tried his best to believe it. I may not bear direct responsibility, he said, but all those people at the square, they died because Musian wished me captured. Without me, they live. How do I not feel blame? You took me from the aftermath before I could heal the dying, Delicia argued. Would you have me shoulder the blame for their deaths? No, that's ridiculous. Then why are you any more responsible? He had nothing to offer, so he let the words linger in the air, and he turned his attention back to the dwindling sunset. Delicia leaned closer against him, and though she appeared relaxed, he could sense her tension, her apprehension. Why didn't you let me stay? She asked, finally voicing what had bothered her. Those people, all those wounded, you should have let me heal them. Just like I should have let you heal Ghost? A cheap shot, and he felt guilty for saying it, but the frustration had weighed on him ever since that moment, and he could not bear letting it linger in silence on his shoulders. He thought she might snap at him. Instead, she looked exhausted, all the anger of that moment drained out over the past few days. Why does it bother you so? She asked. What makes you so angry that I'd rather have had him live than you taking your vengeance? Would you consider retribution more important than anything else you believe? Because I don't think you believe that yourself. Herne rubbed at his eyes, maddened by the questions, mostly by his inability to answer them in any way that didn't leave him sounding like a child. It's because it's impossible, he said. What you hope for this world to be, it just can't. Giving mercy to murderers? Finding redemption in those who once raped and stole? It's a dream. A beautiful dream, but still a dream. The world isn't like that. There's no saving these people, no redeeming them from their cruel lives. I tried speaking of such things with my father, did you know that? He spit it back in my face. This world is filled with miserable people, some inflicting misery, and even more dwelling in its sick embrace. I don't see how I can be what you'd have me be, yet still survive. Why is it we who must break? Delicia asked. The evil of this world revel in their sin, then proudly demand all others accept it. They will never surrender, and so we must. They will never change, and so we must. See the world for what it really is, they say. Hope is branded naivete. Forgiveness is deemed a weakness. The only change they would foster is the crumbling of all things better men and women have built. Is that a world you wish to live in, Herne? Is that the world you fight for? A world where right and wrong are decided by blood-stained coins and the strength of the fist that holds them? So you'd throw yourself against a wall of stone? Herne asked. Beat your head against it until it kills you? What is the point? Why suffer and die for something that will fail? Because the smallest grain of sand can wear away a stone wall if given the time. Because every moment I pray someone else will see and demand this world embrace something better. Because with every drop I bleed, it might convince another that there is still hope. Would you refuse to give bread to a starving child, all because you cannot feed the 1,000 others that also starve? I'm not talking about giving bread to a child, Herne said, shaking his head. I'm talking of taking down Musi and the Dark Hand, an elf who, outnumbered 3-1 by the finest fighters in Veldaren, still escaped unscathed. Delicia wrapped him in an embrace with her right arm. Stop being paralyzed by the sheer size of the task at hand, she said. Be motivated by it. I know you, Herne. Deep down, I know what you are capable of and the great things you'd aspire to if given the chance. Would you give that all up due to the faults and failures of other men? If you do, then you've already let them win. The great things I'd aspire to, Herne said, chuckling. It felt like such a dark joke. All I'm good at is killing people. By killing the right people, I've managed to forge a peace. You beg me to spare lives? To look for forgiveness, to offer mercy? I see no way such things can make any difference in the pit that Veldaren's streets have become. There's only one way to succeed, and that's by being who I am. I'm the greatest killer Veldaren has ever known. I need no other aspirations. He'd thought such admissions would hurt her or frighten her, but they did not. Instead, she leaned closer, her free hand pressing against the side of his face, and her eyes met his without any flinching or doubt. Do you know what I pray for every night? She asked him. Just before you leave, I pray that it will be the last night you're ever needed. I pray that you'll come home safe. Most of all, I pray that when you do come home, you're still the same man you were when you left. You're not the greatest killer Veldaren's ever known. You're its greatest protector. You've given so much, yet this world would take more and more, dragging you down until you break. That's what I fear more than anything, Herne. And when I listen to how you talk, when I see you alongside your father, when I remember the tip of your sword at my neck when I went to heal Ghost's wounds. Tears had started to swell in her eyes, and she sniffled. Then I just pray harder, she said, looking away, pleading that Asher never takes from me the man I love. Herne kissed her cheek, and when he rose to his feet, it felt as if boulders were strapped to his back, and he carried them with dead limbs. I'll be fine, he told her. I promise. You shouldn't make such promises, she said, not unless you know you can keep them. I'm scared, Herne. I'm scared I'll lose you forever. Tell me you'll be all right. Tell me you'll return as who you've always been. He swallowed down what felt like 100 sharpened rocks in his throat. To save the city, he'd do whatever it took. Whatever must be done. Monsters in the night, he thought grimly. I would, he said, but you'd sense the lie immediately, wouldn't you? She blinked, and twin tears ran down her cheeks. Go, she said. The night needs you. She needed him too, but Thren was waiting. Herne had a feeling Delicia knew that as well, and it added to the mountain of guilt that continued to grow on his shoulders. What started as a walk down the hill became a jog, then a sprint, as Hairn outraced the demon in his thoughts, rushing back to the world he understood, the black and white shadows, the evil with their cloaks and coats, and his father who would lord over them all. This time there was no confusion or fear when Nathaniel's dream deepened and his awareness of his surroundings strengthened. He let it carry him, guiding his consciousness through the sharpening dreamscape of his mind, or wherever his visions took place. At first there was darkness, just the shadowed silence of Veldaren floating beneath him as if he were a great bird, and then came a crack of light across the west. The sun was rising, and Nathaniel felt himself flying to the north. "Dawn comes," spoke a now familiar voice, the firm, authoritative tone of Karak. "And with it rises an army of my savior." Something about the dream was different, strange, and then Nathaniel realized why. Time. It didn't race about him in a rapid, erratic manner. The sun did not rise like a leaf on the wind, nor fall like a stone. As Nathaniel soared over the green landscape beneath, broken by fields of grain and herds of pigs and sheep, he saw that they moved as on any other day. There was a sense of truth to everything, of firm reality that had been lacking in his other dreams. "All this," he said, "is this happening now?" "It is. Your mind moves where the body cannot, for there is something I would have you see." Beneath him, the land grew steadily steeper, gentle hills turning sharp and tall. What little he saw blurred as his pace increased, his vision tearing through the sky with such speed it left him breathless. At least, it would have, had he felt the need to breathe. The sharp wall of hills smoothed away, and his path curled more to the west. Clouds zipped beneath him, puffy and white. Nathaniel wanted to reach out to them, to discover if they felt soft like cotton as they appeared, but he had no hands to move, no physical body at all, just his sight. Then, as rapidly as it had begun, his speed lessened, and he dipped lower and lower, weaving through another stretch of hills, these more yellow than green, the short grass broken by scattered juts of rock through the tough soil. Nathaniel felt apprehension growing in him, an intense repulsion toward whatever he approached. He knew where he was going, had been there before in his dreams. Before he could dwell on it further, the hills ended and the ravine began. It was enormous, hundreds of feet deep. His movement halted when he was just on the edge, and he felt the formation of a phantom body to accompany his mind. The heat of the sun, the blowing of the wind, he felt on skin he could not see. Doing his best to keep invisible feet planted, he peered down into the grand chasm, which stretched out for miles to the north and south. Far, far below he caught a glimpse of a river, a puny, lazy thing that seemed a total mockery of the depth and breadth of the chasm it had carved. Nathaniel looked across the chasm to the west, and just as in his dreams, he saw an army gathered. Unlike in his dreams, it was not bathed in shadow, nor did the soldiers' eyes glow red like monsters. From such a distance they looked human, albeit taller and stronger, their skins a sickly gray. Even from afar he could tell they were armed to the teeth, and that they numbered in the thousands, the army stretching out from the edge of the chasm like a great tail. And standing in the very center was the man with the ever-changing face. His eyes did not burn, but his irises shone as if they were glass, and within them raged a wildfire. They were tiny dots so far away, but Nathaniel could somehow see the man clearly, watch how the features of his face shifted and twisted, so slowly, so fluidly, that Nathaniel could never be certain what had changed. "My prophet," Karak whispered, and his voice was filled with love. "Even in death," "The faithless may be made to serve," cried the prophet, his voice echoing throughout the ravine. It all was so terrifyingly familiar, except no longer did the fog of dreams cloud over it all. No, he saw it with crystalline clarity as shapes began to crawl up both sides of the chasm. Hundreds, if not thousands, squirming like ants, climbing like spiders. Second after agonizing second, Nathaniel watched, their forms growing closer and clearer. They had once been humanoid, and they were dead. What little meat remained upon them was rotted and black, easily scraped off by the cliff wall. Bone and cloth dug into the sides of the rock, scraping until they found purchase. Magnified 100-fold, the scraping sound was a saw across Nathaniel's spine. Yet there was nothing he could do. His phantom body would not move no matter what he attempted. Higher and higher, no resting, no delaying. Sometimes one would lose its firm hold and fall, yet the others showed no reaction. They had no eyes for him to see fear within, no muscles to tire. Higher and higher, always higher and higher, until they came crawling over the sides. Nathaniel tried to flee, and thankfully he was lifted above them so the rotted bodies would not pass through his ethereal form. "Are they his army?" Nathaniel asked as the dead continued to reach the top of both sides. It felt strange to ask questions knowing that a god would answer, but there was no denying Karak's overwhelming presence. "Not his army," Karak's voice echoed in his head. "His tool." Nathaniel watched as a rope soared from the prophet's side to the other, its length crossing the chasm. As it landed, he saw that the rope had been tied to a long piece of bone, which shimmered with dark magic, burying itself into the rough rock. Once it was firmly in place, the dead began to move anew. They crawled across the rope, swarming toward the center with slow, steady movements from both sides of the ravine. The only sound they made was from the popping and rattling of their bones and joints. Once they met in the middle, they grabbed onto one another, arms interlocking, mouths closing over legs. From both sides they climbed, fitting themselves into place, propping up some, linking together others, bone twisting into bone. For 10 minutes Nathaniel watched, each one a shivering torment of rattling and breaking. When it ended, a bridge of the dead spanned the chasm, and with a triumphant bellow the army began its march across, 3 abreast. If the soldiers were afraid of the drop, they showed no sign of it, so great was their bloodlust. The prophet remained behind, watching the others pass, and Nathaniel was grateful. He feared to be in that man's presence, even in spiritual form. As the army crossed, Nathaniel felt his vision beginning to break. Colors dimmed, as if a thin cloud floated in the way of the sun, and the sound of the army dulled. Nathaniel looked about as it seemed his world crumbled, and in the distance he saw the strangest sight. A winged horse, flying in circles high above the ravine, with a rider clad in green and brown. Nathaniel stared, and he'd have furrowed his brow if he could. The vision collapsed further, turning to gray and black. All sounds ceased, all physical sensations ended, as if a blindfold were over his eyes and mud pushed into his ears. And then he opened his eyes, and saw he lay on his back in his bed, his room pitch black, but for the faintest moonlight seeping in below the curtain. His lungs burned, and he felt a desperate need to breathe, but he dared not make a noise. The presence remained, powerful, humbling. "The time approaches," Karak whispered into his ear. "An end to chaos and the beginning of a new age of order. Play your part, Nathaniel. Keep the gems of the Chrysarium close. When my might roars free, The sinful of this city will learn to fear the name they have mocked and despised since before I was ever imprisoned. Like moisture evaporating beneath a hot sun, so did Karak's presence dissipate, seemingly thinning instead of leaving at once. Upon its absence, Nathaniel finally gasped in air, and he felt his heart pound in his chest as if he'd run 100 miles. Filled with a sudden need, he reached underneath his pillow and grabbed the 9 gems of the chrysarium he'd hidden there. They were like ice to his touch. When he pulled them out and held them, each shimmered with color. Relief flooded through his body as their glow settled across his skin. "Keep me safe," Nathaniel prayed as tears ran down the sides of his face. "I'll do it. Just keep me safe, and Mother, and everyone else. Keep us safe, and help me sleep." Eyes closed, he let the gems give him comfort, and when he dreamed, he was amid the marching legion, eyes to the rainbow sky, free from worldly struggles. A wonderful dream. A dream he never wanted to end. Chapter 20. Zusa awoke to find herself chained to a wall and bathed in light. 7 torches burned in a semicircle, each one equidistant from her. Her wrists were bound behind her with metal shackles, the short chain attached to them hooked to something on the wall she could not see. Blinking at the brightness, Zusa fought through a momentary spell of dizziness. She had to regain her surroundings. She had to recover before... "Welcome back to the waking world, Catherine." Musian's voice rolled over her like a wave, killing what little hope she'd had of escape. He knew of her ability to manipulate shadows, had seen her use it to execute the former members of the Spider Guild. There was too much light. The manacles on her wrists were too tight and too low, forcing her to a crouch. The master of the Sun Guild stood beneath one of the torches, which was suspended from the wall of the small room by a metal hook. His arms were crossed over his chest, and though his pose was relaxed as he leaned against the wall, there was nothing calm or controlled about the awful hatred in his eyes. "Or should I call you Zusa?" he continued when she refused to acknowledge him. "I thought I'd rescued whoever you were before the religious dogma and abuse changed you, but apparently I was wrong. You're still a slave, though the god you serve appears to have changed. You bow before the Gemcrofts now, don't you?" Zusa refused to give him anything. It hardly seemed to surprise him. "I've dug into your past," he said, coming closer and kneeling down so he could stare at her level. "Not hard after knowing of your connection to the Gemcrofts. You see, there's these whispers about Elisa I never quite understood. A rapt woman who helped seal her ascension by killing Yorin and Theo Cull, a lurking specter who watched after her, guarded her. I thought them merely stories or rumors, ways to make her mercenaries seem more special than they were. But you've been the one at her side, haven't you? Her loyal shadow. Her little lapdog." She kept her mouth shut, but her glare was answer enough. Musian let out a sigh, and he rose back to a stand. "So disappointing," he said, beginning to pace, hands deep in the pockets of his coat. "Twice I've had you imprisoned before me, but I fear this second meeting will not go as well as the first. You had such potential, Zusa. The way you kill, it is such savage beauty to behold. Yet to turn on me in my hour of need, as if a mere mask and hood would prevent me from recognizing your masterful grace. It's as baffling as it is insulting." His darkened hand touched her chin, forcing her to look at him. "I hold no doubt you've cast aside your faith in Karak. You never lied to me on that. But for you to be in Elisa's pay doesn't feel right. You can't have betrayed me just for coin. I could give you more with far less risk, and you're a wise enough woman to know that. Power? I am true power, while Elisa is a fading light. So what answer is left, Zusa? Come, surely you are willing to save yourself the pain and torture I would inflict upon you to have my answer. What is it that Elisa offered you? Zusa pulled away from his touch, closed her eyes, and did her best to ignore his words, his presence. Crouching her body in tighter, she leaned against the wall, pretended to be far, far away. She'd been taught how to endure torture in her training as a faceless. Muzian would be better at it than most, and he certainly could break her in time. Her only hope was that time was something Muzian did not have. Cheek pressed against the rough wood, she thought of her visit to Angelport, her youth with the other faceless. Anything other than Elisa and the answer to Muzian's question. A sharp blade pressed against her throat. Then a hand grabbed her hair to yank her gaze back to him. I am not one you should ever ignore, he told her, eyes so close she could almost feel the anger and disgust rolling off him. You've betrayed me, Zusa, and you have no idea how terrible a choice that was. You think I'm afraid to die? She asked him as the blade pressed tighter against her flesh. Do it. Cut open my throat. His lips pressed against her ear. No. He let her go, put away his blade. I want my answers, he said, and I will get them, one way or another. Though I feel I already have one of them. You aren't afraid of dying. That much is obvious. You didn't betray me for coin, nor for power. So that leaves two possible solutions as to why you would remain so loyal to Elisa, even now refusing to turn against her when facing torture and death. Either you feel you are in her debt, or you love her. Zusa tried to remain perfectly still, to let the comment wash over her as if it meant nothing at all, but the wounds were too fresh. Elisa's words hammered in her head. Muzian watched her like a hawk, searching for the slightest bit of information, and it seemed something in her reaction caught his notice. His eyes narrowed, and he halted his pacing. It'd be a powerful debt indeed to have earned so many years of loyal service, he said. But love? I wonder, Zusa, is love what keeps your lips sealed? Not surprising, really, given how love's irrationality answers so many of my questions. I'm curious. Does Elisa love you back? Out came his dagger, and before she could react, he'd already cut off a lock of her hair. Seeing her hair held in his blackened fingers unnerved her to no end. Love and loyalty, he said. We'll discover just how deep each goes when Elisa discovers you're my prisoner. Will she ransom for your life, Zusa? Offer an exchange? Send out soldiers? Or will she leave you here to die alone and unworthy of the risk? You damn fool, she said. The city isn't yours, Muzian. It isn't now, and it never will be. Thren, the Watcher, they'll kill you. It's only a matter of time, and when it happens, I can't wait to watch every single thing you think you've built come crumbling down. At last it seemed she'd struck a nerve. His darkened hand grabbed her by the neck, squeezing hard enough to choke. His flesh, it was so hot, so cracked, it seemed a demon of the abyss held her, not an elf. This city, he hissed into her ear, this overcrowded pit of humans, is mine. The only fools here are those who would resist the inevitable. He let her go, and she gasped in air despite the horrible ache in her throat. Muzian put his back to her, just for a moment, and when he turned around, he was his calm, cool self again. If anything, he looked to be in a better mood. You've given away your loyalty at last, he said, smiling at her. You love Elisa, don't you? It's almost adorable, really. Like seeing a lovesick puppy licking at her master's boot. You never thought she loved you back, did you? I hope not. That would only make your betrayal of me all the more pathetic. Fuck you. Zusa spit. Just kill me so I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Mucian smiled, and he waved the cut piece of hair before her. If I thought you beyond saving, I would, but you're not. You are a complicated thing, which means the complications must be removed so you might reach your true pinnacle. Elisa, and your love of her, is one of these complications. So that means we need to discover just how much Elisa loves you, and how dedicated she is to your release. Once I have my answer, I'll capture her just like I captured you. I'll bring you two together, and then I'll make you watch as I cut into her. I'll make you watch as she bleeds, and screams, and begs for death. And when I've wrung every drop of enjoyment from her suffering, I'll hand you the blade. Then, when the only mercy you can offer her is a swift execution, we shall see just how much you truly love her. There is still hope for you, Zusa. There is still a future where you wield your skill and power in service of a worthy master. But it won't be with a divided heart. He brushed her face with his blackened hand, the heat of it sending a wave of repulsion traveling down her spine. A worthy master, he whispered. All your life you've sought to serve, first Karak, then his priests, and now Elisa Gemcroft. It's all you know, isn't it? You're a woman of loyalty, of devotion. But you've been casting diamonds before the feet of beggars. It isn't too late to open your eyes. A worthy master, Zusa. That's all you've ever lacked. But one is before you now. Never, she said. Kill me, torture me, do whatever sick act you can conceive. I will never serve you. He smiled that dangerous smile of his. My dear Zusa, he said, never is such a very long time. Thren will soon make another move against me, and when he does, I will kill him, and a watcher as well. When those two die, and Elisa's body rots on the floor beside you, there will be no one left to resist me. The city will be mine, and once that happens, I will have all the time in the world to teach you the meaning of loyalty. He slapped her across the face, gently, almost playfully, and then strode toward the door on the far side of the room. You swore your life to me, he called out over his shoulder. Never forget it, because I assure you I never will. The door opened and slammed shut, and then Zusa was alone with the bright light of the torches and the burning terror of her thoughts, both equally cruel, both unwilling to let her escape. Chapter 21. Antonil Copernicus stared at the bodies as his soldiers cut them down from the fountain. Their blood mixed with the fountain's waters, coloring it a muddy red. There was no need to check, but as the four were dragged out onto the stone, Antonil ordered the soldiers to do so anyway. Opening the shirts of his dead soldiers, they found the four-pointed star carved into their flesh, some on the chest, some on the abdomen. Just like the 3 men the day before, and the 2 before that, all starting with the king's advisor, Gerund Krold. More and more every day, said one of his soldiers, a young man obviously shaken by the sight. Which is why we must remain vigilant, Antonil said, clapping him on the shoulder. One day it will be 0, because we'll have finally broken the Sun Guild and their master. Begging your pardon, sir, but the Dark Hand doesn't seem like the type to be broken. The corners of Antonil's mouth twitched, the only hint he'd give of his inward wince at the words. Inform their families, he ordered, turning north toward the castle and marching away. He tried not to dwell on the soldier's fears as he moved through the quiet evening streets, but he failed. No, the Dark Hand did not seem like the type to be broken. Yet despite their resurgence in guarding the streets, along with over a dozen men they'd arrested bearing the symbol of the sun, the city had not been consumed by fire and destruction. No, instead they continually found members of the city guard hanging from the fountain, and something about it felt petty. Not grandiose, not a statement. Just a petty resistance to a change the Dark Hand could not stop. Despite the deaths, it gave Antonil a sliver of hope. Not that it did much to help his mood. Distant change was not something the king was fond of, and every day Antonil was forced to endure the young brat's terrified ranting. Every day the king insisted they return to ignoring the Sun Guild, and every day Antonil responded the same way. This city can only have one king, and if you cower now, it will not be you. If there was anything Edwin was afraid of, it was losing his tentative hold on power. So Antonil insisted the man would remain safe in his castle, and did not mention the tiles lining its outer walls, tiles that could bring the whole thing crumbling down in a heartbeat. Sometimes those incapable of handling the truth are best left in the dark, he thought as he neared the castle. Such a damn shame our king has to be one of them. As he reached the steps, he heard a commotion behind him, and when he turned, he saw a lone soldier running as fast as his armor would allow, resulting in a rather obnoxious rattling of plate and chain. Frowning, Antonil stepped in his way and raised a hand. "At ease," he said. "What is the rush?" The soldier was a man Antonil recognized, whose station was at the western gate. His face and neck were covered with sweat, and after a bow, he spoke in short, quick sentences while attempting to catch his breath. "I've a message for the king," he said. "Well, not a message, a request." "A request for what?" Antonil asked. "And from whom?" The soldier looked torn between amusement and frustration, and he swallowed before answering. "Perhaps it's best I met with you first, sir," he said. "There is an elf at the western gate of our city. He wanted in, but we denied him. Seemed the safest thing to do until we asked. So he's outside waiting with his, horse. Won't tell us what he wants, only that he'll speak with the king." Antonil frowned. "Do you think he'll speak with me?" The soldier shrugged. "When it comes to elves, does anyone know anything? Maybe yes, maybe no. But when it comes to our king, well—" The soldier paused, and he blatantly looked over Antonil's shoulder to the castle. "I know who'd be more willing to listen, and who'd do a better job speaking when it comes to an elf." They were dangerous words, and a sentiment that had been growing over the past year, particularly since Musian's arrival and the king's complete unwillingness or inability to control his own capital city. Antonil knew he'd need to eventually clamp down on the open admission of such feelings, but deep down he felt a total lack of energy to put toward such an effort. Perhaps when things calmed down, assuming they ever did. "Go back to your post," Antonil said. "I'll see if this elf will speak with me. Whoever he is, he has no right to appear unannounced and demand an audience with His Majesty." "Of course," said the soldier, bowing low. Spinning on his feet, he marched back down the street, and after a moment's hesitation, Antonil followed. "It's not like things can get much worse," thought Antonil. "We're due for good news, I'd say. Maybe he's here to bring back one of their own." Other elves scouring the city to drag Musian out by his feet was an amusing thought, but sadly impossible. The king would never allow so many elves into his city, not after what had happened in the southern city of Angelport. Back through his city he marched, and he took pleasure in noting far fewer marks of the Sun Guild on the people. Prior to the bloody battle at the fountain, his men and women had grown brazen. But now there were only the tiles proclaiming the Sun Guild's power. Antonil felt a shiver at the remembrance of what they could do, and he did his best to push it from his mind. Such things were currently beyond him, and he had to pray that somehow things would turn out fine in the end. At the western gate, Antonil saw a larger-than-usual gathering of his men, no doubt ogling the elf on the other side. "Get back to your posts," he told them as he pushed through, exited the enormous gates, and stepped out to greet his strange visitor. It was the elf's horse that first grabbed Antonil's attention, not the elf himself. The beast was magnificent, tall and strong, and head to hoof colored a brilliant white. From its back grew enormous wings, which were currently folded in and pressed against its sides. With its huge eyes, it watched Antonil as he approached, and when its elven master bowed his head in respect, so too did the horse. "Greetings," said the elf. "I am Dalglish, scout master of the Quellen elves. With whom do I speak?" He was tall, tanned, his long brown hair carefully trimmed and braided away from his face. Though his tone and expression were serious, his voice lacked the smugness and condescension Antonil had expected. "My name is Antonil Copernicus, and I am responsible for the safety of His Majesty's city," Antonil said, and despite an initial hesitation, he bowed his head also. So what if he is an elf of a foreign land? Decided Antonil. A little civility might go a long way. Dalglish patted the horse beside him, then gestured to the castle in the distance, just barely visible beyond the top of the wall. "Do you come speaking for your king?" he asked. A tricky question. Antonil didn't want to lie, nor did he wish to be dismissed or ignored due to his station. "No, I do not," he said, "but I am the closest you will reach to speaking with the king in this lifetime, Scoutmaster, so whatever message you have come to deliver, you may deliver it to me instead, and I will relay it to His Majesty if I deem it important." The elf tilted his head, and then, to Antonil's shock, he laughed. "Important?" he asked. "I come to aid your city, yet you would demean my potential words and insult me with politics and denials to meet your king. Perhaps I should just leave you to your fate, if you would be so insulting." "Wait," Antonil said before the elf could turn to leave. "I did not mean to speak so harshly. I only wish to convey the fears of His Majesty. His ears will not be open to you, nor his mind, nor his heart. But I am here, and I will listen, and whatever message you carry, I will do what I can to make sure he listens with mind, heart, and ears open, because it will come from human lips." What he spoke was borderline traitorous, he knew, but beneath the elf's ire he sensed something terrible lurking, and had to know what. Besides, there were no other ears listening. For some reason, should Dalglish tell the king what he spoke, well, it'd be his word against the word of an elf. There'd be no contest. As for his plea, it seemed to have worked, for Dalich's face softened. "Forgive me," he said. "I'm a fool if I would pretend at my kingdom being any more free of prejudices than yours, and even if it were, I will not leave you to your fate due to my pride. An army approaches. Guard captain, thousands of orcs gathered together under one banner, and they'll be at Veldaren's walls within days." Antonil's entire body froze. "An army of thousands?" he asked. "That's impossible." "Surely you know their numbers exceed that in the Vile Wedge," Dalglish said. "Though perhaps you don't, given your isolation here." "No, not that," Antonil said, shaking his head. "They are all trapped within the Vile Wedge. Even with the Citadel's fall, there is no way for them to cross the Grand Chasm unless they travel so far south they must pass through the hillock, if not the King's Strip beyond that. How could an army of foul monsters cross such a distance unnoticed with those numbers?" "There is a space the orcs call the Bone Ditch," Dalglish said. It is the most slender gap of the canyon, and they've used it as a burial place for centuries. They had aid in crossing the bone ditch, and then skirted north of the hillock and the waters of Sully Lake. They now approach the King's Forest. You must prepare your defenses, and summon whatever troops you can. The King's Forest. Even if they're just reaching its northern stretches, that means 3 days at best, he muttered. The elf hadn't been exaggerating. He felt the blood drain from his face. By Asher, 3 days? That's not enough time, Dieradon. Even if we had a standing army waiting for us at Fellwood or the Green Castle, it'd take us that long just to have our messengers arrive. The only defenders we'll have are those already within our walls. And how many men is that? Dieradon asked. Antonil began to answer, but realized he was taking everything at the scoutmaster's word. What if he was lying, or trying to sniff out the strength of their defenders? Not as many as I would like, he said, standing up straighter. But enough to handle these orcs. They're strong but stupid beasts, and that is all they are. Without ladders and siege weapons, they will break upon our walls. Let them hack at our gates with their axes and swords. It will do them no good. Antonil caught the look the elf gave, and it troubled him deeply. Unless you know something I do not, he added, trying to pry it out of him. The elf crossed his arms, and whatever standoffish attitude he'd had was wiped away. Instead, he spoke with a sudden earnestness and honesty that left Antonil stunned and oddly flattered. I should have been here sooner, he said, but I feared to let their army out of my sight. And then they moved with far greater speed than I anticipated. Someone is with them, Antonil. I have seen him only in glimpses, clothed in black, but I fear he is a necromancer. He is how they crossed the bone ditch, and I believe it is his guidance that has kept the orcs in check. They raid only the nearby farmlands to feed themselves, and have avoided any large cities or the Green Castle. They're coming here, and they come with a purpose. He is still just one man, Antonil argued. How much power can one man, even a necromancer, possibly wield? Dieradon stared him straight in the eye. Enough to bring your walls and gates crumbling down? I do not expect a siege, Antonil. I expect a massacre, and I pray it is of the orcs, and not the other way around. The elf bowed low, then hopped up onto the back of his winged horse. Antonil stepped closer, feeling dumbstruck, his tired mind frantically trying to make sense of all he'd heard. Will you track them still? He asked, hoping he might gain more information about their foes as they approached. No, Dieradon said, shaking his head. If I press Sonoan hard, I might reach Nelisar in time to muster the Ekrisar to come to your aid. It won't be easy, but there's a chance. I understand, Antonil said, and he bowed low. And thank you. Even if there is no time to summon soldiers, we may still save the outlying villages from the raiding orcs. You've saved many lives this day. And if the goddess is kind, I will save many more, Dieradon said. Peace be with you, Antonil. His horse, Sonoan, Antonil assumed, let out a loud snort, and then its wings unfolded, spreading out 15 feet to either side. With a great whoosh of air, they beat once, twice, blowing back Antonil's hair before he retreated. The creature began running away from the walls, wings still beating, and then it soared into the air, looping about once before heading southeast toward Nelisar, the forest kingdom of the Desran elves. Antonil watched until it was a white dot indistinguishable from the clouds, then pulled his attention back down to the ground. An army of orcs, arriving with no time for him to muster troops and aided by a mysterious necromancer? "Damn it," he said, then with more gusto, "God's fucking damn it." There was no time to do anything if what the elf said was true. Worst was how he could not even wait to confirm his story. Waiting meant wasting precious time, and Antonil could think of no reason for Dieradon to lie. What could it possibly gain him? Spinning about, he rushed through the great doors of his city. "Sir?" asked one of the guards. Antonil ignored him, picking up his pace. Instead of heading toward the castle, he walked along the wall, toward the nearest of the many guardhouses stationed throughout the city. The building was squat and square, jutting out from the interior of the wall. When Antonil stepped inside, there was barely room for him among the several men seated within at the lone table. Along all the walls were swords and armor for the men to use on their patrols. Seated at the head of the table, axe still strapped to his back, was Antonil's good friend, the battle-scarred veteran Sergen. "Come to share a drink with us?" the older man asked. "Out," Antonil said, looking to the others. "I must speak with Sergen." The others quickly obeyed. Sergen leaned back in his chair, scratching at his beard. "Something the matter?" he asked. "The scoutmaster for the Quellan elves came to speak with me," Antonil said, deciding to keep it as brief as possible. "An army of orcs has managed to cross the bone ditch, and they're on their way here as we speak." Sergen blinked. "All right. How much time we got?" 3 days at best, though 2 seems more likely. The man slowly rose from his seat, and he finished off the drink before him. "Well, that sucks Karak's hairy cock, doesn't it? What's the plan?" Antonil glanced over his shoulder and saw the soldiers lingering near the door, so he kicked it shut. "We need to avoid a panic," he said. "Find the most reliable men you can, and get them riding north. Every bit of farmland, every village, if they're within striking distance of the King's Forest, they need to be emptied out." "Want them to take shelter here?" "No," Antonil said, hating his answer. "We may fall under siege, and if so, food will be scarce enough as it is. Get them to go west or east, it doesn't matter, so long as they're out of the army's path. After that, get those riders to Fellwood, the Green Castle, even Kinnam. All of Neldar needs its armies raised. If they besiege us, they'll have a chance to break it, and if not, and we fall—" Antonil shrugged. "At least they'll be ready when the army moves on." Sergen's eyes glazed over, and Antonil could tell he was tracking routes and mentally assigning men to them. "Fuck," he muttered. "You sure this elf ain't lying? This will be a whole lot of hubbub for nothing if he is." "I'd give anything to have him be lying," Antonil said. "But I don't think he is. We have to do whatever we can to prepare. Start recruiting anyone and everyone to join the Guard. Use the skirmishes with the Sun Guild as the excuse." Sergen blinked, and his mind focused more on the immediate. "All this secrecy," he said, "is making me suspicious that you don't plan on telling His Majesty. I take it you don't think it's a good idea." Antonil paused, and then, unable to help himself, he burst into laughter. "Telling him will do far more harm than good," he said. "Let the brat remain ignorant in his castle. He'll only interfere if he knows what's happening, and worse, he might prevent us from doing anything because the warning came from an elf, and not, well, anyone else. When the army arrives, he's welcome to cower in his room while the rest of us save the lives of his people." Sergen saluted. "Understood," he said. "I'll get started on the riders." Antonil saluted back, then made for the door. "Do what you can, and as fast as you can," he said. "Where are you going?" Sergen asked. Antonil grinned at him, for he'd realized a way he might confirm the army's existence after all. "I'm going to get us a wizard," he said, then exited so he might hurry to the Eschaton Tower beyond the walls. Chapter 22. Are you sure this isn't a trap? Hearn asked as he and his father lurked outside the fenced Roseborn cemetery. They'd spent the previous night in disguise, sneaking into the various taverns and slums of the city to spread their message. They wished to meet with the highest-ranking survivors of the former guilds. Now the sun had finished its descent, and their time for meeting had almost come, the two lying on the rooftop of the gravekeeper's home just opposite the cemetery's entrance. "It might be," Thren whispered, and he glanced over at Hearn and gave him a smug grin. "But would it matter?" Hearn shook his head. "Most likely not." "Then stop worrying about it." It seemed wiser to worry about an ambush than to ignore the possibility, but Hearn let the matter drop. If there was an ambush, it had been set up carefully. As the people arrived one by one, Hearn had looped the cemetery thrice while his father remained watching the gate. No groups of the Sun Guild remained lurking that he could find. That word of their meeting had failed to reach Musian's ears was a strong signal that his power in Veldaren was waning. Just a week before, such an attempt would have certainly ended in disaster. "We've waited long enough," Hearn said, and he rose to a stand. "Anyone else who wanted to come would have already." Thren stood as well, and reaching down, he held the rooftop with his left hand and then used it to swing to the ground. Straightening his clothes after landing, he glanced over to Hearn, who followed. "Keep your hood up and keep it dark," his father said. "I need you mysterious and intimidating. Even if you don't say a word, your presence and what it means will speak volumes." "You just have to be in charge, don't you?" Hearn said. Thren shrugged. "I just don't want you messing things up. This crew will be antsy, and most likely thinking about how turning on Musian will get themselves killed. If they're here, it's out of hope I can convince them otherwise. They want me to make them believe, and I can do that. But only if you keep your mouth shut." "No promises," Hearn muttered, grabbing his hood and willing its shadows to deepen. That done, he followed his father through the rickety gate, hands on his swords at all times. There were 9 of them gathered in a loose circle at the center of the cemetery. A few Hearn recognized, and more he didn't. All of them wore the 4-pointed star somewhere on their shirt or coat, and they looked miserable being there. They'd been muttering among themselves, but when Hearn and Thren stepped into their midst, they all fell silent. Hearn kept his body hidden by his cloaks, and he turned his gaze to each one so there would be no doubt as to who he was. "I'm surprised to see you here, Martin," Thren said to a man with a heavily scarred face who was leaning against a slender tree, one of very few that grew throughout the cemetery. "Given how you betrayed me to Musian when I first returned to Veldaren." "I did no such thing," Martin replied, and he looked rather bored with the accusation. "I waited for a note or whisper of a plan, and none came until now. About time, I'd say." Thren chuckled, and he turned to the rest. As far as Hearn knew, Martin was the only former member of the Spider Guild. Of the others, he recognized only Quentin, a lanky man who'd been third in command of the Serpent Guild. The others, if they'd been members of the Shadow Guild, or the Wolves, or the Hawks, had been so low in importance he did not remember them, assuming he'd learned their names in the first place. A clear sign of the damage Musian had inflicted on the underworld. Under different circumstances, Hearn would have been pleased. "Do the rest of you speak for the remnants of your guilds?" Thren asked them. "Those still interested in making things how they were," said a skinny blond man, his frame dwarfed by the heavy coat he wore. "Can't say for certain how many that is, given how dangerous it is to talk of the old times." "Right now, I'd say we're few," a woman beside Quentin added, a tattoo on her neck revealing her former allegiance to the Serpent Guild. "Too many pockets are filled compared to before Musian's arrival. Are you here to offer us a return to the glory days, Thren?" "I am," Thren said. "And what might those glory days be?" Quentin asked. "Back to when we warred against the Trifect, losing men and women as fast as we recruited them? Or back to when we were glorified bodyguards squabbling over the scraps the Trifect paid us? Musian might be sick in the head, but he's brought us power we haven't had in decades, and we don't need to remain slaves to the fucking Watcher to keep it." Hearn frowned, and he had to bite his tongue to remain silent. Such talk could derail whatever progress they hoped to make. His father knew that as well. "You're right," Thren said. "You're slaves to Musion instead, but I'm sure your ego can handle worshipping an elf over the Watcher. As for your petty gripes, keep them to yourself, Quentin. If you thought it hopeless, or did not yearn for better times, you wouldn't be here in this cemetery. So unless you have something worthwhile to say, cease your ego-stroking and shut the fuck up." Quentin reached for his sword. The woman beside him grabbed his arm to hold him still. "We're not here to fight," she said, glaring at them both. "We're here because too many will die otherwise." Hearn lifted an eyebrow. This was interesting.
"What do you mean?"
he asked, ignoring Thren's glare. The woman glanced at Quentin, but neither seemed willing to speak, and so Martin did. "We're all hearing rumbles of Musion pulling out from Veldaren," he said, and the others nodded in agreement. "Nothing official, but most everyone seems certain it will happen at some point." "You act as if this would be a terrible thing," Thren said. "It wouldn't be," Martin said, "except Musions discuss and take in tithes before we do." Hearn felt his heart skip a beat. He looked to the others, and they all kept their eyes to the dirt as if afraid to meet his. "Tithes," he said. "Like the tithes he took in the marketplace? The tithes you no doubt were a part of." "Enough," Thren said, glaring. "He's right, though," Quentin said. "He wants more tithes, and on a scale that's frightening." "I'm not sure he plans on leaving afterwards," said the blond man by the tree. "But the tithes, those I'm certain of. You've got to understand, Thren, we all have families here, friends, relatives. Most of our lowest ranks are children, or hold other occupations. They don't want this, none of us do. A bit of extra coin, or a chance at power, that's one thing, but this? Tithes, thought Hearn. He wants his tithes. Glancing about, and seeing no tiles, Hearn realized that they might be in the only place in Veldaren safe from the wrath Musion could unleash upon them. He wasn't sure if that made him want to laugh or cry. "A rebellion's stirring in his ranks," Thren said after they all fell silent. "That's what you're telling me." "Only with those here from Veldaren," Martin said. "Those who came with him from Modena couldn't care less." Thren nodded, and there was no denying the excitement growing in his voice. "Then the time is now," he said. "You swore your loyalty to a mad king to spare your lives, but that won't protect you anymore. He must be brought crumbling to the ground, and we have the power to do it. Rise up, throw on your cloaks, and defy the Dark Hand with every breath in your lungs. Let this outsider learn the folly of his pride and arrogance." "Bracing words," Quentin said. "But how do we know it will work? And how do we coordinate such an uprising?" "It will work because I am with you and not against you," Hearn said. "Musion built his power in my absence. I am here now, and I will not let it stand. Tell the underworld your Watcher will aid you in returning things to as they were. Even if you doubt Thren, do you doubt me?" Hearn felt the immediate change in the air. Musion might carry a towering reputation, but Thren and Hearn had spent their lives cultivating auras of fear in Veldaren. For their power to be united? Suddenly, the Dark Hand's newly forged empire didn't seem quite so invincible. "This is not some last-ditch desperate attempt," Thren told them. "This is the true might of our city rising up in defiance, and we will crush everything Musion has built in one single blow. Spread word throughout the underworld. Tell those who once belonged to your guilds that very soon I will give my signal to the entirety of the city. When you see it, toss aside the sun, throw on your cloaks, and in the name of the spider, slaughter all who will not do the same." "And what might that signal be?" Martin asked. Thren grinned at him. "You will know it when you see it. Until then, be ready. This will be bloody, but we will emerge stronger than ever before." "Hold up," Quentin said. "I don't remember any of us saying we agreed to go along with your plan. Not that there's much of a plan to begin with. And I, as sure as the abyss, didn't agree to join your spider guild. Hearn felt the air immediately turn electric. Quentin's hand had never left his sword, and the stubborn look on his face made Hearn nervous. Thren turned to him, but if he was worried, his bemused smirk hid it well. "You don't have a choice," he said. "If you don't agree and swear it with your lives, then consider it appropriate we are in a cemetery." "You'd force us to your side with a blade at our throats?" Thren laughed in Quentin's face. "As if Musean recruited any differently," he said. "Swear loyalty to the plan, starting with you, Quentin. Let the gods themselves curse you if you betray us to that damn elf." The others exchanged glances, and far too many hands were drifting down to the hilts of weapons for Hearn's liking. Despite who was before him, Quentin didn't seem intimidated in the slightest. "You always thought you ruled over us," the man said, drawing his two swords. "Like your guild was hot shit, while we were just rats. We bled and died fighting the Trifect because of your pride, leaving us vulnerable to the Watcher's rise. Musean may leave or stay, but no matter what happens, I'll take my own chances instead of following you into yet another war because your bruised ego can't stand the thought of someone else ruling Veldaren instead of you." The two faced one another in the moonlight, Thren with his arms crossed, Quentin with his blades ready. The rest watched, tense, curious as to the outcome of the battle. Hearn remained back, trusting his father to handle an upstart like Quentin, and instead watching to ensure no one else attempted a cheap shot at Thren while he was locked in a fight. "You think you can take me down?" Thren asked. "I can't decide if I should be insulted or if you're just insane." "You'll have plenty of time to decide after you're dead." Quentin rushed forward, trying to catch Thren off guard. A painfully futile attempt, and Hearn knew it the second the man leaped off his feet. Thren took a single step back with his left foot to brace himself, and in a smooth motion, he pulled his short swords free of their sheaths and swept them in an arc before him, batting aside Quentin's dual thrusts. Pulling them back around, he forced Quentin to retreat from his sudden flurry of slashes. None were meant to be fatal, Thren clearly playing with him. Within moments, thin cuts lined Quentin's face, which was flushed a deep red. Whether from exertion or frustration, Hearn did not know. "Weren't you to kill me?" Thren asked, parrying a frantic thrust with his left hand and smacking Quentin across the cheek with the flat of his other blade. "Then why am I not dead yet? Come, Quentin. Surely you weren't boasting out of your arse." Instead of attacking, the man retreated further, throwing a plea to the woman who'd come with him. "Help me, Michelle," he said. "He can't take the both of us." The woman shook her head. "This is your fight," she said. "You finish it." Quentin's eyes widened in fear as Thren stalked forward, swords twirling in his hands. Apparently deciding it better to die in a mad rush than flee, Quentin barreled forward with the grace and skill of a charging bull. Thren sidestepped the mad swings, then spun on one foot, the other kicking Quentin hard in the stomach. The former serpent rolled to the ground, one of his swords falling from his limp grip. When he came to a stop, he retched in a weak attempt to suck in air. Thren remained still, ignoring the man completely and instead addressing the others. "Have you forgotten who I am?" he asked. "Have you forgotten all I've done? I've come to save you from Musean, and you treat me like a child?" Quentin pushed himself onto his knees, fingers digging into the soft earth of the cemetery. He glared as Thren pointed a bloody sword his way. "Last chance," Thren said. Quentin opened his mouth to speak, but no words came forth. Instead, his upper body constricted, as if he were choking. His eyes bulged, and he convulsed again, a dry heave that was horrible to hear. Hearn stepped back and readied his swords, horrified by the sight. Wisps of shadow swirled about Quentin, rising up from the grass to seep into his skin. As they all helplessly watched, Quentin clutched at his throat, let out a single agonizing shriek, and then vomited up a stream of blood that seemed to stretch on and on, unending. At last he stopped, plopped face first into the red puddle before him, and lay still. In the ensuing silence, Death Mask's laughter was like a cry of thunder.
"Surely you all did not think I would miss such an important meeting?"
the man asked, sitting on the highest branch of the slender tree. Hearn felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. He'd checked that tree multiple times, never once seeing anyone within it. That Death Mask could avoid him so easily was unnerving, to say the least, not to mention the awful display that had been Quentin's death.
"Was that necessary?"
Thren asked, gesturing to the bloody corpse.
"Hardly anything I do is necessary,"
Death Mask said, grabbing hold of one branch to swing down to another before hopping to the ground. He wore no mask over his face, nor the cloud of ash levitating about his head to intimidate his foes. Even without them, the man was still an imposing figure, his eyes sparkling with sick pleasure.
"But enjoyable? Fitting? I'd like to think so. Quentin was an oaf, and you were a fool for giving him another chance. We are all on our last chances so long as Musion lives."
If Thren had thought that only the Watcher's presence could galvanize the rest, Hearn realized he'd sorely underestimated Death Mask's influence. The Ash Guild, despite its size, was the sole survivor of Musion's takeover of Veldaren. For him to also throw in his allegiance with Thren and the Watcher gave their plan legitimacy even the most doubting of men could not deny.
"You will aid us, then?"
Thren asked as he sheathed his swords.
"I'll aid in crushing the Sun Guild,"
Death Mask said.
"But I won't be your puppet, and I won't ever serve you with the slightest bit of loyalty. In fact, I'm going to say none of us here will. When the Sun Guild collapses, the Spider Guild won't be inheriting the city alone. The wolves will rise again, as will the serpents, the shadows, and perhaps even a few new-colored cloaks will grace our streets. But we won't be yours to rule. Either you accept that, or discover if I'll be as easy to defeat as that idiot Quentin."
For the second time in mere moments, Thren stared down another man in that cemetery. But they all sensed the difference. Hearn kept his hands on the hilts of his sabers, not expecting to need them. A man like Death Mask was too random and dangerous a foe to take on, especially with so little to gain.
"The underworld will only rise up if they may return to the guilds where they once belonged,"
Hearn said, hoping to defuse the situation before it might become worse.
"If you want to conquer Veldaren, Thren, you'll need to do it the old-fashioned way, one street at a time, and only after Musion is rotting in the ground."
Thren kept his gaze locked with Death Mask's for a moment more, then looked away.
"So be it,"
he said.
"Do you all accept?"
One by one the others nodded.
"Good."
Thren turned back to Death Mask.
"Then when I give my signal, bring the Sun Guild crashing down and make it glorious."
Death Mask bowed low in mockery.
"Musion isn't the only one who knows how to put on a good show,"
he said. Waving to the others, he strode toward the exit of the cemetery. After an awkward hesitation, the others followed. Hearn joined Thren's side, watching them go. "That went well," Hearn said when they were out of earshot.
"I thought I asked you to keep your mouth shut."
"Did you ever hear me agree?" Thren shook his head, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a rolled-up scrap of paper. "What is this?" Hearn asked, as Thren handed it over to him.
"For your wizard friend.
It's a simple request, one he should be able to handle. Get it back to me as soon as you can." Hearn tapped the paper against his palm. "This is your signal, I take it?" he asked.
"It is."
Hearn put it into his own pocket, then joined his father in step as he headed for the cemetery's rickety gate. "Where are you going?" Hearn asked.
"Somewhere to alleviate my foul mood."
"A whorehouse?" Thren let out a chuckle.
"Anywhere owned by the Sun Guild,"
he said. My swords are still hungry. More killing, so casual, so easy. Troubling still was how little that realization bothered Herne. Falling back a step, he turned left when his father turned right. "Have fun," he called over his shoulder. "I'll give Tarlak your request. I'm sure he'll be mightily pleased." Thren waved without looking. Giving one more look about the various rooftops and alleys to ensure no one watched or waited in ambush, Herne rushed west to the Eschaton Tower, and it seemed his every step was lighter than the last. This was it, the final strike against Musian. Either they'd bring him down or die trying. Though it should have brought him fear, he felt only relief. Despite all the risks of failure, he'd have the fate of the city resting on the blades of him and his father. As he climbed the city's wall and then descended the other side, he knew, deep down in his gut, there was no other way he'd rather it be. Herne had expected everyone to be asleep when he entered the tower, and was surprised to see Tarlak waiting for him in his chair before the fire. He held no drink, which immediately made Herne nervous. "I hope you weren't waiting up on my account," Herne said as he shut the door behind him. "Sadly I was," the wizard said. "We've got a problem." He gestured for Herne to have a seat, and so he did on the nearby couch. Settling into the cushion, he removed his hood and popped his neck. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Are Delicia and Brugh all right?" "They're fine," Tarlak said. "They're both worried about you, of course, but that's not what this is about. Antonio came to visit earlier today, and he wasn't carrying good news. Apparently, an army of orcs somehow crossed the Bone Ditch and is marching its way here while happily pillaging all the nearby towns." "That's not—" Herne rubbed his eyes, picturing the landscape and trying to make sense of it. "Forget it. So, assuming that's true, how much time do we have?" Tarlak let out a bitter laugh. "There's no assuming involved. It's not hard to find an army of orcs with a bit of scrying magic, given how their race isn't what I'd call subtle or elusive. And by my guess, if we're lucky, they'll be here 2 nights from now." Herne slumped into the couch, hands falling to his sides. "That's not enough time," he said. "Thanks for stating the obvious. Antonio was practically begging me to help defend the walls. Your name came up a few times, too. Seems he thinks you'd be a good frontline soldier. I offered Brugh instead, but no luck there." Herne shook his head, and he closed his eyes, mind still racing. "You misunderstand me," he said. "I mean when it comes to Musian. We need more time for word to spread. Everything is almost in place for an all-out rebellion. This has to succeed, for there won't be a second attempt if we fail. An army of muscle-bound brutes marches toward our doors, and you're worrying about rogues and guilds? Surely this can wait until after." Herne snapped open his eyes and rose from his seat, unable to resist a need to pace the floor. "Think about it, Tar," he said. "Musian views himself as ruler of the city. Tell me, what do you think he might do if an army of orcs smashes through the gates?" "Truth be told, I have no clue," Tarlak said. "And neither do you." "That's a lie, and you know it. There's already rumors he's planning to pull his guild out of the city, and he won't do so without leaving a giant funeral pyre to soothe his wounded pride. And even if he isn't planning on leaving, what do you think Musian will do if he thinks the city will fall? Do you think he's the type to let someone else have it? Might be better for everyone involved that they die in a fiery explosion than let those orcs have their way with them," Tarlak mused. "And what prevents him from doing the same damn thing because of your little insurrection?" Herne turned, met Tarlak's stare, and refused to back down. "Nothing," he said, "but I'm tired of cowering in fear of him. When we rise up, I'm hoping his pride prevents him from activating the tiles, and that he tries to crush us personally instead. If he does, then we'll have our chance to kill him and end this permanently." "And by we, do you mean you and Thren?" Herne let out a sigh. "Yes, I do. Is that a problem?" Tarlak shrugged. "I don't know. How could allying with Veldaren's most infamous lunatic possibly be a problem? It boggles the mind. Be serious, Tar." I am! The wizard shot up from his seat. You're not just playing with fire. You're rolling around in it while bathed in lantern oil. Night after night, you're out there with him, prowling the streets, killing, plotting. Is it really so wrong of me to fear a bit of the father might be rubbing off on the son? Hearn swallowed, and despite his friend's seriousness, he couldn't help but chuckle. So you're not going to be happy about this request, then? He asked, handing over the rolled-up scroll Thren had given him. Tarlac snapped it from his hands, opened it, and quickly skimmed the contents. Dramatic little bugger, isn't he? The wizard mumbled, then rolled it back up. I take it Thren wants this made post-haste? You know, there's stone tiles capable of destroying the entire city out there I should probably be studying instead, right? And I know you're no closer to rendering them harmless than when you first started, Hearn said. We won't save the city that way. Not with what little time we have. We save it by overthrowing Musian, who holds the key to their destruction. You know I'm right, too, or you wouldn't be as upset as you are. I'm upset because I'm worried I'm going to lose my friends and family, Tarlac said. You could at least acknowledge that. The city's not equipped to handle an enemy force with so little preparation, and you are facing off against a foe that, barring our recent fun at the fountain, has never once been defeated. Bad doesn't begin to describe this, Hearn. Bad doesn't scratch the surface. Hearn reached out and put a hand on his friend's shoulder. We'll endure, he said. We always have, and we always will. This invading army, there's only so much I can do against it with my swords, especially compared to the magic you and your sister wield. But Musian and the Sun Guild, we cannot let them continue to hold a blade over our heads using those damn tiles. My plan is in motion, and during the confusion, I think we can save the city from their hands. Can you trust me to handle them while you handle the threat from outside the walls? Tarlac let out a sigh, and he brushed away Hearn's touch. Yeah, he said. I can. Won't like it, but I can. I'll get Thren's toy made tomorrow. First, I need to get some sleep, and I suggest you do the same. I have a feeling there's long days and nights ahead of you. A snap of his fingers, and the fire dwindled down to just embers. Good night, Tau, Hearn said as the wizard climbed the stairs. Good night, Watcher. In the growing darkness, Hearn stayed, still struggling to process the new threat. There was just no space in his mind, no way for him to worry over it with the threat of Musian looming over everything. One enemy at a time, he muttered, removing his sword belt and plopping onto the couch. Is that so much to ask, Asher? Of course it is, he chuckled to himself. Closing his eyes, he felt his exhaustion weighing on every one of his limbs, and despite how young the night was, he fell asleep with ease. Chapter 23. Seth Battleborn paced before Elisa in the middle of their dining hall, his heavy footsteps on the carpet her tool to track his movements. The man was far from happy, but given the overall state of things in Veldaren, Elisa thought that was to be expected. It's been 2 days, Seth said. If we're to retaliate and have it mean something, it has to be now. The longer we wait, the weaker we appear, and the more insulting it is to Victor's memory. Elisa choked down her sigh. Seth had been Victor's most trusted and second in command, and due to that relationship she'd given him responsibility for many of her house guards, as well as all the mercenaries still sworn to allegiance to her. Risky, given how little she knew of Seth, but the act had done wonders in solidifying her control over Victor's assets, as well as hiding her guilt. Still, the problem with Seth's loyalty to Victor, Elisa had discovered, was, well, his loyalty to Victor. Getting Victor's men killed does disservice to Victor, not the other way around. Elisa argued, any such drastic measure must be made with care and control. Care we'd take if the circumstances were better. If your friend Zusa had returned to us with the information you'd promised, we'd already be on the move. Elisa winced, and she lifted her cup to her lips to hide the slip. As she drank, she tried to imagine Seth from what she remembered. He'd been a large man, thick around the chest. A beard, she decided. He'd also had a beard, and not without a significant portion of gray. She had a feeling he was stroking that beard, if not pulling on it in frustration. "Calm yourself," she said. "You'll add more gray to your beard if you remain like this." His pacing halted, just long enough for her to know the comment had hit home. Good, she thought. Even the little details went a long way in winning people over.
"Forgive me," Seth said. "Inaction and I do not get along very well. If you'd rather we wait to serve vengeance to the Sun Guild, I will accept that, but please, let us at least begin our own inquiries as to their dens and hiding places. We may not find anything, but at least I won't feel like I am sitting here on my hands."
It was a simple enough request, and Elisa waved him off. "So be it," she said. "You have my permission." "Only information, Seth, and only through petty bribery. No promising a fortune, and no torturing and cutting off limbs either. We don't want them scattered or actively hiding, not if we can help it." She heard Seth's boots clap together, and she assumed he'd bowed, so she made the smallest of nods in return.
"May you have a pleasant evening, milady," he said. "At your leave."
Another wave, and he left her alone in the dining hall. Sipping more of her green tea, Elisa tried to fight down her bubbling concern for her friend. She'd heard nothing of Zusa since she fled their last awkward encounter. Given how she was going back in disguise into the underworld of Veldaren, it made sense that it might take more than a few days to finish her efforts, as well as get away safely. But even as Elisa told herself this, she did not believe it, not for the slightest second. Was she dead? Wounded? In hiding, her identity revealed? Elisa didn't know, and she didn't want to know. Despite her worry, at least she could still lie to herself and believe that Zusa still lived. One of the doors to the dining hall opened, and Elisa tilted an ear toward it. "Mistress, you have a visitor," said a servant. "Guard Captain Antonil Copernicus." "Bring him to me," she said, ignoring the tightening of her throat. What news might Antonil bring? Did he anticipate the carnage that Seth wanted her to unleash? Or perhaps he'd discovered news he wished to deliver personally, perhaps about a dead servant he knew was close to her. "Greetings, Lady Gemcroft," she heard Antonil say from the door, and she smiled as sweetly as she could. "Greetings, Antonil," she said. "Please come join me, and if you have the time, I'll have a servant fetch you something to eat or drink." "Time is something I sadly have little to spare," Antonil said, his voice traveling closer. Forgive me, I should have come sooner to extend my condolences. Victor was a good man, and a better man than this city deserved. I am sorry for your loss." Awkwardness bubbled up inside her, the same awkwardness she'd been struggling with since Victor's death. Should she feign sorrow? Those close to her knew there'd been no real romance between her and Victor. How many tears were appropriate? What words should she say about the man she'd murdered in secret? She'd found carrying on had served her best, for her eyes spoke volumes, the sorrow in their darkness conveying far more than she ever could. "Thank you," Elisa said, keeping her voice flat. "And yes, he was a good man." Antonil coughed, and she realized he was pacing before her just as Seth had. Did it have something to do with her eyes, or was it just a military sort of thing? "I wish I had a better way to broach this subject, but I don't, so forgive my abruptness," Antonil said. "Given the situation, I will keep this quick. I believe an army of orcs from the Vile Wedge approaches our city, and I need as many soldiers as possible to man the walls and hold the gates. Your husband once promised me aid should I ever need it, and I come to you praying you will accept a similar obligation." Elisa's mouth dropped open, and she blinked multiple times across her glass eyes. "Excuse me?" "I know it sounds insane, because it is, but it's also true. I expect them to arrive tomorrow night, leaving us very little time. I've made what preparations I can, and I'm coming to you in private in hopes of preventing panic from spreading throughout the city. With the men I have, I can't even guard the entirety of the wall. My hope is to keep them near the gates, where the fighting will most likely be. Even then, my soldiers on the ground will be terribly few. I need men with experience, who know how to fight and won't break in fear. I need your mercenaries, Elisa, as many as you might spare. If a gate falls—" Elisa held up a hand, stopping him. "Servants should be waiting just outside the door," she said. "Order one to fetch Seth Battleborn. I want him to hear this." As Antonil did so, Elisa reached for her tea, then decided against it. What madness was this, she wondered? An army of wild brutes? Did they not have enough to worry about in Veldaren? When Antonil returned, he sat opposite her at the table, and she heard him chuckle. "You know," he said, "a drink might not be a bad idea after all." Beyond thanking the servant who came with his glass, Antonil said little as they waited. Elisa brooded silently, thinking over the numbers of her remaining forces. 300 of Victor's had survived their attempt to ambush Mucian, and they'd combined with the 200 house soldiers and private mercenaries Elisa had carried prior to the attempt. A significant fighting force indeed, but could she risk sending so many? What happened if Mucian considered the chaotic battle the opportune time to enact his own revenge? The door opened, and Seth announced himself before stepping in. "Antonil, I don't know if you've met before," said Elisa, "but this is Seth Battleborn, former soldier and friend of Victor's, and my newly appointed master of mercenaries. Go ahead. Tell him what you've told me." Antonil repeated his warning. When he finished, she heard Seth laugh. "Well then," he said, "it seems fate has a fucking sense of humor when it comes to timing. What is it you want from us?" "I want you and your men to hold the western gate," Antonil said, "if Elisa agrees, of course." "Elisa?" The master of the Gemcroft household sighed. Despite the weight she felt bearing down on her, the guilt and the frustration, she knew what was right. "Every soldier at my disposal is yours," she said. "If you are correct, and an army marches against us, I promise my men will be there without fail." "Excellent," Antonil said, rising from his seat. "Your generosity may save thousands of lives, and I cannot thank you enough." Elisa dismissed such praise with a wave of her hand. "I'm not here to receive glory for doing the right thing," she said, "nor do I act selflessly. I live within these walls too." "Perhaps," Antonil said, "but I thank you nonetheless. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." She heard a rattle of armor, something, hands perhaps, clapping together. "Hope to fight with you soon," she heard Seth say. "You as well." More rattling, and then the door opened, leaving Seth alone with Elisa. "I take it my scouting of the streets will be put on hold," Seth said once Antonil was gone. "I see why Victor kept you around," she said, smiling despite herself. "You're so skilled at deciphering the obvious." Another knock on the door, followed by a servant's clearing her throat and calling Elisa's name. Elisa fought down another sigh. What now? "Yes?" she asked. "I found... It seems someone left you a... gift, milady," said one of their younger servants. Elisa frowned, confused. A gift from whom? "Bring it here," she told Seth. "And what is it?" Seth's heavy footsteps thumped over to the door. "It's a small box," he said. "Fascinating," Elisa said dryly. "And inside?" She heard a popping of wood, followed by a grunt. "Well?" she asked. Still, Seth hesitated. It's a note," he said, "and a lock of hair." Elisa's heart skipped, and she felt the room about her suddenly closing in. Reaching out her hand, she accepted the lock, felt its smoothness on her palm. "Read it," she said, voice falling to a whisper. Seth cleared his throat, then began reading aloud. "The game is just starting, Elisa, not ending. Your turn. Do you still have the heart to play?" Elisa lifted the lock of short, soft strands, twirled them in her fingers. "What color is it?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "Black," Seth said. "It's Zeus's, isn't it?" Tears gathered at the bottoms of her glass eyes as Elisa clutched the lock tightly in her fist. "Another change in plans," she said. "I want dozens of your men scouring the city looking for her. Spend coin, break bones, and cut off as many fingers as it takes to loosen people's tongues. I want to know where she is, Seth, and I want to know now."
"If it's the Sun Guild, people don't talk, not even—"
Elisa bolted from her seat, and reaching out, she found the collar of his shirt and then yanked him closer. "Make them talk," she said, staring at him with her black eyes. Seth cleared his throat.
"This may take time.
What about Antonil's request? What shall we do when the army arrives? For his sake, pray we find Zusa before then."
"As you wish," he said, "but I have to ask, what makes you think she is not already dead?"
Elisa let him go, and she lovingly brushed the lock of hair with her fingers. "Because if she were, Musian would not have sent me her hair," Elisa said. "He'd have sent me her head. Now go. You have a job to do." Seth bowed, then stomped away, already shouting orders before the door to the dining hall closed. Elisa remained standing, her body shaking, her blood turning to fire in her veins. Teeth clenched. She was flooded with such shocking strength it felt like she awoke for the first time in ages. "How dare you?" she whispered, remembering Musian's arrogance when he'd come to visit her in her bedroom. "You think you can take those close to me? You think you can escape my reach?" She'd once threatened to burn the city to the ground in her quest for vengeance for her son. That same desire flooded her, and with each passing moment it grew. Striking a fist against the table beside her, she felt a plate break, a shard of it cutting into her hand. Grabbing the plate, she flung it at the wall, heard its satisfying shatter. "I will not have my love wielded as a weapon against me," she vowed with a soft whisper. "I will not let another piece of my life die as part of a game. This ends now, I swear it."
"Your turn,"
echoed the words of Musian's note, spoken in Seth's baritone voice. Despite her doubt and exhaustion she'd revealed to Zusa, despite all her broken words, the swallowing darkness and parade of betrayals, and despite the blood that dripped down her wrists to stain her dress, Elisa found herself smiling. "Do you still have the heart to play?" As it turned out, the answer was a resounding yes. Chapter 24. All things considered, Deathmask had seen stranger ways to request a meeting, but this was probably his favorite. The message was in a back alley of the Ash Guild's sliver of remaining territory, written using the blood of a dead member of the Sun whose body lay slumped directly beneath. "Tonight, same cemetery." It was signed with the Watcher's eye. Deathmask chuckled, then shrugged his shoulders.
"Well now,"
he muttered,
"how could I refuse such a thoughtful invitation?"
After gathering the rest of his guild, Deathmask returned to the cemetery where Thren had detailed his plan to overthrow Musian and his Sun Guild. Finding it empty, Deathmask leaned against the slender tree he'd hidden in, Veliana at his side. "We'll scout outside," Neen said. "Would hate to have an ambush," Mir said. Deathmask waved them off. "You don't think this would actually be a trap, do you?" Veliana asked as the two raced off in opposite directions.
"Course not, but it will give them something to do."
"Why?" asked a voice from above them. "Do you think it will take me that long to arrive?" Deathmask chuckled as the Watcher leaped down from the highest branches of the tree, landing softly before them with a flourish of his cloaks.
"Cute," he said. "I guess I should have thought to check my own hiding place."
The Watcher was usually an amusing one to banter with, but not tonight. "I need to talk to you about tomorrow," he said.
"There's really not much to talk about," Deathmask said. "Thren gives his signal, whatever that is, and then we go about slaughtering everyone dumb enough to keep the symbol of the sun on their person.
If you're worried about us having second thoughts, I assure you, that's not it, the Watcher said, cutting him off. I don't want you to aid us in overthrowing Musion. There's somewhere else I think you'll be needed more. Deathmask glanced at Veliana, who lifted an eyebrow to show she was equally confused. All right, he said. And where might that be? Along the walls. There's an army of orcs approaching, and I think we'll be better suited with you using your magic to defeat them. It took a bit more effort than it should have to hide his surprise. Well then, he said, that's unexpected. And how did an orc army arrive at our doorstep without anyone noticing? The Watcher shifted where he stood, something Deathmask caught as a sign of unease. We've known for a few days, he said. We've been trying to keep it to ourselves until people must be informed. I'm glad you consider us so vital to have waited so long, Veliana said, echoing Deathmask's own sentiments. Few days or one, it still is ridiculous, Deathmask said. How did they get so near? From what I was told, a necromancer is with them, guiding them and keeping them under control. He is the one I fear might give us trouble. Tarlak will do what he can, but with your help, I feel confident together you two cannot be defeated. Suddenly Deathmask's pleasant night wasn't so pleasant. Frowning, he tried to hold back the bite to his words. You know nothing of who this necromancer is or what he can do, but you're confident we can handle him? I'm not sure your knowledge of arcane and divine magic is able to fill a thimble, let alone make such judgments. I'm only trying to do my best, the Watcher said. I'd like the people of this city to survive this whole mess relatively unscathed. The least you could do is think of others for once. A bit of purple flame sparkled from Deathmask's fingertips. You've delivered your message, he said. Now leave. The Watcher hesitated a moment, then bowed low. Without another word, he dashed toward the exit of the cemetery. Deathmask didn't bother to watch him go, instead marching toward the western section where the newest graves were dug. Given the events of the past few months, there were more than enough to choose from. What are you doing? Veliana asked him as she followed. Finding myself a body. Identifying a fresh grave was easy enough, and he crouched before it, fingers sinking into the loose soil. There was power in the bodies of the deceased, power he would use. What bothers you so? Veliana asked as she stood beside him, arms crossed over her chest. A few thousand orcs with no real way to breach the gates or climb the walls should be easy prey, given the city's defenses. It's not the orcs, Deathmask said as he felt the veil of magic slipping over his eyes. It's the necromancer who's with them. I must confirm it for myself. Veliana asked him something else, but her words came as if from 1,000 miles away, stolen by a rushing wind that grew louder and louder as Deathmask's mind sank into the darkness. He saw nothing, just swirls of gray and black, until they opened up like an eye he might peer through. Around him were trees, tall husks of gray, their color sapped away by the magic of his sight. Marching through those trees, weapons swinging casually from their hands, were orcs. Their skin, already gray, looked ashen in his sight. They sang some sort of marching song, the words warbled in his ears. Deathmask felt an innate sense of location, somewhere far north of the city. Where are you? Deathmask thought as he flew through the forest as if he were a mosquito, lifting, dropping, weaving through trees and brush and orcs. His direction was the lone source of color he saw, a rift of red and purple visible through the trees. Closer and closer, with a speed that even birds could not dream of achieving, he approached the necromancer. Deathmask could hardly believe it, but he was nervous and caught himself almost wishing to end the spell before arriving. Such a realization about himself was insulting enough to keep him going. Magical sight bursting through the very trunk of a tree to behold the leader of the orc horde. He wore a simple robe, like that of a priest, its color a stunning black. Shimmering over that black, like ice over a tree branch in winter, was a swirling aura of color that pulsed among red, purple, and blue. The sight of it made Deathmask sick to his stomach. Looking to the face beneath the shrouded hood, he expected a man or woman. Instead, he saw a rotted husk. Its skin was thin and peeled back, like a corpse left out for days in the sun. No lips covered its teeth, which, in a strange contrast to the decrepit state of the rest of its body, were a clean white. Just peeking out from the arms of the robe were skeletal fingers, and it seemed its fingertips were constantly aflame. Most notable of all were the eyes. There were none, not such as any normal person might recognize. Instead, they were swirling orbs of fire burning within the recesses of the skull, tightly compacted and releasing not a hint of smoke. Red veins of magic pulsed within them, encircling the fire, constantly giving it life. And then those eyes met Deathmask's. The skull tilted to one side, as if curious. "Begone," it said, and when it opened its mouth, it had no tongue, just a dank black hole from which the deep, rumbling speech escaped. At those words, Deathmask felt a horrific jabbing pain throughout his mind, and with a scream he fell back, hands pulling away from the earth to end his spell. For long, agonizing moments he lay there, staring up at the night sky as pain pulsed throughout his head as if he were in the grip of the worst migraine in the history of mankind. It took several minutes before color returned, and several minutes after that, he felt capable of speech. "I'll be fine," he said, trying to ease the worries of the other three of his guild with him. Veliana took his arm, and he accepted her help so he might stand. "What did you see?" she asked. Deathmask shook his head. "I saw who I thought I'd see," he said. "Karak's damn prophet. That little worm has been a pain in Desrael's side since its earliest days, and it looks like he's not done stirring up trouble. No doubt he's the reason the orcs were able to cross the bone ditch, and I have a feeling that orc army isn't marching alone." "So we help?" asked Mir. "It seems we should," said Neen. "We should," Deathmask agreed, rubbing at his eyes in a vain attempt to dismiss the blobs floating before them. "But not at the gates, like the Watcher's hoping, nor against Musion. Karak's prophet is outside the walls, and while everyone's worried about the orcs out there, we have an unchallenged enemy lurking in here." He took a step, failed miserably. Veliana caught him, and as she helped him back to a stand, he smiled her way. "Would you be a darling and help me walk to Asher's temple?" he asked. "There's a few things I need to discuss with their high priest." Veliana tightened her grip on his arm. "If you insist." By the time Deathmask walked up the marble steps, he'd mostly recovered from the mental blow the prophet had dealt him, which was good, because he had every intention of going inside alone. "It will be awkward enough by myself," he told the others before leaving them at the bottom of the steps. "You three will just make it worse." At the door he knocked twice, then waited to be let in. The door opened a crack, and Deathmask smiled down at the young lad peeking out. "Yes?" the boy asked. "I'm here to speak with High Priest Kalen," Deathmask said, "and when he asks why, tell him it's about Karak's most faithful lunatic. He'll understand." "He might be asleep." Deathmask rolled his eyes. "Then wake him." The door shut, and Deathmask spent the time with his eyes closed, trying to meditate the last of his nausea away. Leaving the body to witness visions from afar was always a risky venture, and to be struck down while doing so was incredibly unpleasant and disorienting. Part of Deathmask wondered if his cramped stomach had more to do with unease at how easily he'd been dismissed, rather than the dismissal itself. The door opened, and he was glad for the distraction so he'd not have to dwell on that thought. "Come in," the boy said. "Follow me." They passed through the main worship hall, which was surprisingly quiet and somber, with the light dim and the place empty. Then came the living quarters deeper in the temple, the way lit with lanterns. Instead of to what Deathmask assumed to be Kalen's room, they went to a very small, cramped room with a door already open. The boy bowed, then hurried away. Deathmask stepped inside to find the high priest kneeling beside a clearly sick man who also wore the robes of the priesthood. His face was coated with sweat, his skin pale, his forehead covered with a wet cloth. When Deathmask entered, Kalen was busy using a second cloth to wipe away the sweat from the sleeping man. "If you were worried about waking me, don't," the priest said, glancing over his shoulder. "It seems I will never have a full night's rest in this city. No, I've been tending to poor Kirk here for the last hour, waiting for his fever to break." "Why not use your magic to heal his illness?" Deathmask asked. "The paladins had strict rules regarding what could and could not be healed," Kalen said, "but for myself, I consider it a useful lesson. Daily my students heal the sick masses that come to them, and the strain wears on them greatly. Having them experience the ills they themselves heal helps keep things in focus and remind them of how much good they actually do." "But why watch over him yourself? You have men and women at your beck and call. That surely could suffice." "I consider that a useful lesson for myself," he said. "Very useful, given how I spend all my days with men and women at my beck and call." Deathmask shrugged. Humility wasn't something he thought too highly of, but that was hardly an argument he felt like having now. No, he had business to attend to. "If you would, priest, there are things we must discuss." Kalen slowly rose to his feet and turned around, finally giving Deathmask a good look at the man. He was old but surprisingly alert, especially given the time of night. His face was oval, his features smooth and rounded. A friendly face, Deathmask decided, welcoming and harmless. Despite such a late interruption, he looked strangely amused. "I recognize the robes you wear," the priest said. "You're from the towers. Am I right?" "I was, but that is for another time," Deathmask said, cutting off the discussion before he could be forced to relive more unpleasantness. "So we might skip most of the formal trivialities. I am Deathmask. I rule the Ash Guild, and I am not one to waste my time with the gods unless given no choice, so that should impress upon you the importance of my being here. I've come bearing warning, and if you're wise, you'll listen well." Kalen chuckled. "With such an introduction as that, how could I not listen?" he asked. "But perhaps let us take this elsewhere. I would hate to wake poor Kirk here." Together they stepped back out into the hallway, the priest shutting the door behind them. Other than the rows of dim lanterns, they were alone. "The lad said something about Karak's most faithful lunatic," Kalen asked. "Would you care to elaborate on that?" Deathmask crossed his arms and met Kalen's stare. There was no weakness in his beady blue eyes, no fright at Deathmask's appearance, no intimidation or worry at whatever the warning might be. Good. Perhaps the man had a spine after all. "How much do you know of Karak's prophet?" A corner of the priest's mouth twitched. "More than I would like," he said. "Jacob Evening Star, the first man, beloved child of Karak since the earliest days when we were first given life from the dust. He's adopted many names since, though we in the temple know him as Velixar. Our own historians have not written of him in my lifetime, which has led some to believe he has finally passed on. Others insist he is a myth, or a moniker, adopted by faithful servants of Karak to make it seem he lives forever. Now I've answered your question, may I ask what he is to you and why you come asking of him?" Death Mask smirked. "I ask because he marches upon this city with an army of orcs he's gathered from within the vile wedge. He is no myth, Kalen, no false identity. At the council, our wizards have met with him many times over the decades, usually in failed attempts to garner wisdom from his ancient rotting brain. We've tracked him when we can, which isn't often, but it appears he is no longer content to hide and manipulate from afar." Kalen leaned back against the door, and it looked like 100 pounds had been attached to his shoulders. "He is a man to be feared," the priest said. "But we will challenge him should he threaten the people of this city. Thank you for your warning, for it shall serve us well." Death Mask shook his head, and he wagged his finger at Kalen. "You don't get it," he said. "I'm not here because of Karak's prophet. I'm here because of the others who follow Karak. When the prophet marches upon our gates, what do you think his powerful, secretive priests will do, huh? Do you think they'll sit back and watch events unfold like good little impartial observers? I don't think so, Galen. The moment Karak's priests realize who has come knocking at the door, they'll do whatever they can to sabotage the city's defenses to let him in. Even if I have to do it alone, I will do my best to stop them. But this is a foe your kind is far better equipped to handle. So when tomorrow night arrives, can I depend on you to keep us all alive?" Kalen ran a hand over his bald head. "You care not for the gods," he said, "and even within these halls I've heard your name whispered, as well as the deeds of your Ashguild. Why come to me? Why would you risk your life fighting a dangerous foe like the priests of Karak, when you have so little to gain? You could flee this place with ease, so why stay?" Truth be told, Death Mask thought it a very good question, and taking in a deep breath, he let out a long sigh. "Because Veldaren is my home," he said. "The only one I've known since I was exiled from the Council of Mages. The games we play here, I very much enjoyed them, but the Prophet and his followers would smash the board entirely. Honestly, I'd prefer neither god interfere with the affairs of Dezrel. Since that doesn't appear to be an option, I might as well pit one against the other in an effort to minimize the damage. The last thing I want to imagine is what would become of Veldaren if it were ruled by priests and prophets of Karak. Would it not be better to just admit that sometimes even a man like you does the right thing?" Kalen asked. Death Mask shrugged. "Consider me too cynical to believe that. Now, will you aid me or not?" Kalen outstretched his hand, and after a moment, Death Mask took it and accepted the handshake. "We will," he said. "If the prophet arrives as you say, the might of Asher will rise against Karak's followers. It will only be a cage to prevent their interference, but should they choose to resist, it will be a brutal, devastating battle, I know," Death Mask said, grinning, as if the idea entertained him. "But if it comes to that, trust me, on that night, it will be but one horrific battle of oh so very many." Chapter 25. Hearn had finished preparing the last of his things when Tarlak stepped into his room. Throwing a rucksack over his shoulder, he stood and lifted an eyebrow as the wizard offered a slender clay tube. "Here it is," Tarlak said. "I hope Thren appreciates the effort it took to make that thing. To activate it, just break the seal at the top and then point it at the sky." "Seems simple enough," Hearn said, glancing over the tube. One end was smooth and filled with clay, while the other had multiple runes carved across the top, similar to those that ran along the side of the cylinder. "Just don't forget," Tarlak said, "if either of you burn your faces off because you can't follow simple directions, I'm not accepting any of the blame. Hearn slipped the tube into the pack on his back, chuckling as he did. You? Taking responsibility? He asked. I wouldn't think of it, Tar. Tarlak grinned, the joy not even close to showing in his eyes. Stepping past him, Hearn hesitated a moment, feeling awkward, and then he clapped the wizard on the shoulder. That army should come barreling out from the forest soon, he said. Make sure you, Brugh, and Del are somewhere safe when that happens. All right? Safe might be a relative term, but we'll do, Tarlak said. Antonia wants us at the gates, so that's where we'll be. We'll have to rely on you to take care of all that other fun stuff, like museum and exploding tiles. Hearn shot him a wink. I'll try not to disappoint. Tarlak's arm barred his way before Hearn could exit, and the wizard did not bother to pretend at joy or amusement. His words were serious, as were his face, his eyes. You do what must be done, you understand me? He asked. Either Museum dies, or all of us burn. I know how fast he is, how incredibly dangerous he is with those blades. You'll have to be better. You'll have to be faster. Let nothing hold you back, and I mean nothing. Not fear, not pain, not guilt, not even death. This dire madness ends tonight. Hearn pushed aside his arm, and he wished he had words to match Tarlak's intensity. I'll give all I have, he said. I don't know any other way. He exited his room and descended the stairs, hurrying down them 2 at a time. Barging out the doors, he had barely gone 3 steps before he heard Delicia call his name. I always know when you're nervous, she said. That's when you try to leave without saying goodbye. Hearn turned to face her, a practiced smile on his face, an easy joke on his tongue. The smile vanished and the joke died unspoken when she stepped close, wrapped her arms around his waist, and pressed her lips to his. His shock lasted only a moment before he closed his arms around her and returned the kiss. When Delicia finally pulled back, she took in a soft breath and released him so she might put her hands on his chest. Her red hair fell forward, shrouding her face, making her confession feel all the more intimate. I'm scared of tonight, she whispered. Scared of what you'll be asked to do. Come back to me, Hearn. Remember who you are and why you fight. Can you promise me that? With his hand, he tilted her chin up so she would gaze into his eyes. She was so vulnerable, so afraid. He wished just once she could forfeit the innate ability to sense truth and lie given to her by Asher. He wished just once he could tell her a comforting lie instead of the naked truth. I don't know if I can, he said. Not given all I must do, but I promise to try. He kissed her again. It did not last as long as the first, for she seemed content to sink against him, her head pressing into the cloth of his shirt. Her hands still clutched his clothes, and he felt the stress and nerves within him loosen as he hugged her close. I'll be here for you, she whispered. Always and forever. Gently he pulled away from her and then trudged across the grass toward the road leading to the city. It took all his concentration to focus on other things instead of glancing back over his shoulder and revealing to Delicia just how nervous he was about the looming nightfall. Along the road, Hearn adjusted the pack on his back. He wore simple street clothes, his cloak, sabers, and gear wrapped up in the pack. Given all he might have to do that night, Hearn didn't have the heart to scale the wall. No. Like any other traveler, he passed through the city gates, not long before they would be shut for the night. The sky was dark above him, the sun hidden behind a thick wall of clouds that had come rolling in from the north. So far as Hearn had learned, whispers of the approaching army were just that, rumors and whispers, yet still the air was thick with tension. Perhaps Hearn was projecting his own worries, but in the dull gray light it seemed the people looked hurried and edgy, eyes constantly flicking to non-existent things at the corners of their vision. Hearn went to the heart of the city, and at the crossroads before the ancient fountain, he could not deny the lingering fear. Too many rushed along to their destinations, and people did not linger in their conversations, if they stopped to have them at all. It felt like a city under siege, yet not a single enemy was at their outer walls. Of course, there were plenty of enemies within, and perhaps deep down they all could sense the coming violence. With the thick clouds, it seemed night would come early, and Herrn found himself a secluded alley and removed his pack. First came his soft leather vambraces, then an outer shirt of a far darker color than the brown he currently wore. Next he secured his belt, and slid both sabers into their sheaths. His fingers lingered on the hilts, their weight a comfort as always. He'd come to view his sabers as friends, trustworthy beyond measure. Part of him wished he still had the pair Senkei had given him. That he dwelt on such past times made him more uneasy. Taking his cloak, he slung it over his shoulders, let it fully envelop his body. While it was one cloak, it was also 3 separate, interlocking parts, allowing his arms greater freedom as well as giving him the ability to misdirect his foes by moving one piece differently from the rest. Last was his hood, which he held in his hands, staring at it. The Wraith's hood, stolen after his death as a reminder that Herrn was not a god among men, not their lord and ruler as the Wraith had wanted him to be. "Remember who you are," he whispered. "Not a god, not a lord or ruler." Then what was he? As he pulled the hood over his head and its comfortable shadow fell across his face, he admitted he no longer knew. What did he fight for? Whose lives did he save by his killing? What peace did his sabers bring? Eyes closed, he touched the hood, deepening its magic to hide his features. The mystery of his identity heightened his opponent's fear, giving him power through the unknown. Rising to his full height, he tucked Thren's signal into his pocket, then reached up to a nearby window. The climb was simple, and easily he reached the top. Given how tightly the many homes were packed together along the streets of Veldaren, and how flat their wood and stone rooftops were built, they fostered a second world come nightfall, one beyond the reach of guards and soldiers. Into that world Herrn entered, weapons at the ready, visage bathed in shadow, person safely wrapped in his cloaks. He was Veldaren's watcher, its midnight protector, son of its underworld's most infamous master, and across the rooftops to his father he ran. Thren waited for him across from a seedy tavern, lying flat on his stomach on the roof of a wine shop on the opposite side of the street. Rain had begun to fall, soft and gentle, and Herrn hoped it would not interfere with the signal Thren had requested.
"Almost thought you'd abandoned me,"
Thren said as Herrn joined him on his stomach, overlooking the tavern. It looked bright and bustling inside, the outside guarded by a single man who appeared drunk off his ass.
"And leave you all the fun?"
Herrn asked, shaking his head.
"Someone needs to make sure you don't misbehave."
Thren grinned at him, the toothy grin of a predator.
"Tonight, we both misbehave,"
he said.
"Do you have my signal?"
Herrn pulled the tube out from his pocket and handed it over. "Break the seal and then point it upward," he instructed. Thren sat up, looking the tube over before holding it before him. "What's the plan?" Herrn asked him before he could start.
"We give everyone a few minutes to see and react,"
Thren said as the rain momentarily died down.
"Then we go barging in and slaughter all who are foolish enough to remain loyal to the sun. Down there is one of Musion's few remaining strongholds, and from what I've learned, it's where those who came with him from Mordan most frequent. If the elf's not in there, I'm sure we can find someone who knows where he's at. Are you ready?"
Herrn clenched his hands into fists to prevent them from fidgeting against his saber hilts.
"I am,"
he said. Thren drew a dagger, jammed the tip into the center of the clay seal, and then held the cylinder above his head. Herrn watched, curious as to what the signal might be. For a moment, nothing, and then a great red flash burst from the end of the tube with such force Thren had to brace himself with his free hand. Into the darkened sky streaked an enormous glowing ball, sparks trailing along its path as if it were a comet. Higher and higher it soared, and then it exploded in a great red plume that rolled in all directions, filling the sky with red smoke, the backdrop of clouds taking on the hue of dried blood. 4 yellow sparks zipped through the air before burning out, leaving behind the painfully familiar symbol of Musian's guild, that of the 4-pointed star. It shimmered there, the golden color startling against the red. And then it began to change. Each of the 4 points faded away, as did the lines connecting them. Replacing them was an illusion carefully created by Tarlak, that of a spider slowly uncurling its legs. Its body was made of smoke, its legs shadow, its entire form outlined in the still brightly burning red smoke. The symbolism was clear, and with the display seemingly as big as the city itself in the sky, impossible to miss. Despite the rain returning with fresh strength, the hovering spider remained, lording over the city, declaring it his.
"Your wizard did a fine job," Thren said, discarding the tube and returning to his stomach so he might peer over the building's edge to watch the tavern.
Herrn watched as well, curious if Thren's plan would succeed. To have so many rise up simultaneously, having not given Musian any warning to counter, seemed almost ridiculous. But then again, no matter how many tiles he scattered throughout the city with his symbol, Musian would always be a foreigner. Given how the majority of the underworld were motivated by fear and greed, their turning both against Musian seemed entirely plausible. The drunk guard outside was still sober enough to see the display in the sky, and he rushed inside. Herrn tensed, straining his ears to hear. People within shouted, and 2 men rushed outside to look. One said something to the other, and at the second's response, the first drew his dagger and stabbed his companion in the throat. It should have been shocking behavior, but it made Herrn's blood run cool, while Thren beamed.
"It starts,"
his father whispered. The man outside tossed aside his coat, then raced down the street, away from the tavern. Rain beat down on the corpse, mixing with its blood into a growing puddle before the tavern door. More shouts came from inside, the sounds of wood breaking, glass shattering. Thren rose to his feet, and the man looked so eager, so alive.
"Come,"
he said.
"Let us crush them all."
Herrn wished he didn't feel the same excitement. Grabbing the side of the rooftop, they both swung down, landed lightly on their feet, and drew their blades. In perfect tandem, they ran, gaining as much speed as they could in the short distance. Like monsters of the night, they blasted into the tavern, Herrn slamming open the door with his shoulder while his father smashed through one of the windows, a shower of glass heralding his arrival. Herrn surveyed the entire tavern in a heartbeat, welcoming the feeling of time slowing down while the pounding of his heart surged. Over a third of those there had tossed aside their long coats, with several even fighting bare-chested due to the Sun Guild's symbol having been sewn onto their shirts. All eyes turned their way, and Herrn allowed a grin to spread across his face at the fear he saw in them. Thren landed before a group of 3, and he tore into them with ruthless efficiency. The nearest died before turning at the sound of the breaking glass, the other 2 barely getting their weapons up in time to temporarily avoid death. Herrn ignored the fight, instead focusing on a tall man lifting a crossbow from the other side of the bar. Leaping feet first, he dropped beneath the bolt, which whizzed past his head, and then crushed the man's windpipe with his heels upon impact. Herrn landed atop the bar, a hard jolt to his chest that would certainly leave a bruise, but he had no doubt he'd recover far faster than the man he'd kicked. His instincts flared a warning, and he rolled aside as a short sword thunked into the wood of the bar. Hairn slashed wildly, cutting its wielder across the face, and then pushed off the bar and onto his feet. Two others joined the first, the three all holding short swords and bearing the four-pointed star on their coats. "Are you mad?" Hairn asked them, ignoring the ache in his side. "Have you forgotten who I am?"
"Muzian'll kill us if we flee,"
said the center of the three, his speech whistling from several missing teeth. "I'll kill you if you stay," Hairn shot back. They seemed not to care, and they simultaneously lunged, trying to spear him from all directions. Hairn spun, deflecting all three with both his weapons. The motion sent his cloak billowing upward, and he used it to hide how low he dropped to the ground. Before they could react, he sprang into them, sabers crossed in an X as he crashed into the man on the left. Legs pumping, he bowled him over, cutting across his stomach as the man hit the ground. Intestines burst out like coiled springs. Dying screams in his ears, Hairn spun, each sword blocking an attack. Sidestepping left, he brought both weapons to bear on one man, the expert precision of his strokes easily knocking his foe's short sword out of position. The man tried to retreat backward, as if sensing his own vulnerability, but Hairn lunged into him with a ferocity that would have made his father proud, burying his left saber up to the hilt in the man's chest. Hairn released it as the last of the three tried to stab him in the back. His saber curled down and about as he turned, lifting the thrust so that it passed harmlessly above his shoulder, and then Hairn struck the man hard in the throat with his free hand. The windpipe crunched inward against his fist. His foe doubled over, hacking as Hairn yanked out the second saber. The sounds his foe made were awful, ragged gasps as he sucked in air, followed by whistling hisses as he released what thin breaths he could manage through his missing teeth. "Consider this a mercy," Hairn said as he plunged a saber into the man's heart. Kicking the body to the ground, Hairn looked to the corner to see his father finishing off his own group. One last member of the Sun remained, and Thren beat aside his flailing defenses and then slashed his short swords across the man's abdomen, splashing the floor with gore as his stomach opened and his innards plopped free. Thren wiped at his face with his shoulder in a vain attempt to clean his eyes, then nodded at Hairn. "Downstairs," he said, as if oblivious to the horrible display at his feet. Those not dead or dying had fled, and Hairn strode through the now empty tavern to the door behind the bar and yanked it open, revealing 6 rickety stairs leading to the basement. "How many down there, you think?" Hairn asked as Thren joined his side. "Does it matter?" Hairn shrugged. "How about this one, then? That door down there, does it open inward or outward?" Thren grinned, all the long years and lines seeming to fade from his face. "Inward," he said. "The honor's all yours. I'll be your shadow." The stairway was too narrow for them to run side by side, so taking the lead, Hairn raced down the steps, gaining speed, and at the bottom he flung himself shoulder first into the door. The wood snapped, the hinges groaned, and whatever lock was on the other side could not hold against the force of his impact. As the door flung open, Hairn dropped to a roll, and his prescience was rewarded by 4 crossbow bolts soaring above him. Coming up from the roll, sabers ready, he found 5 men standing together in what appeared to be little more than a well-stocked cellar, the members of the Sun all armed with daggers and swords. Hairn's hesitation lasted for a single heartbeat, and then after him came Thren, bursting into the cellar with the energy and devastation of a tornado. Side by side they assaulted the 5, cutting, thrusting, overwhelming them so they could only retreat. Hairn saw the stunned horror in their eyes as he parried a frantic counter, their realization at how terribly outclassed they were when it came to the art of killing, and he knew the battle would not take long. Their confidence, their spirit was already broken. Taking down the flesh was merely perfunctory after that. Hairn pushed 2 of his foes back farther, frightening them with blurs of steel that were merely feints. As they retreated, he turned to the middle of the 5, catching him trying to sneak a thrust into Thren's side. Out went his saber, and it came back bloodied. Seeing the space the other 2 left him, Hairn risked turning his back to them for the briefest moment. Sensing the coming aid, Thren lunged to one side, turning the attention of his foes even farther away, and Herrn came crashing in unopposed. He cut the throat of one, and the other managed to duck just in time so that instead of taking out her throat, he merely slashed across her cheek. Leaving her to his father, he brought his attention back to the other two, and was mildly disappointed to see them attempting to flee. Herrn was faster, and his sabers found their backs before they reached the stairs. Yanking them free, he looked to the final member of the Sun, who was cornered by his father.
"I surrender,"
the woman said, hurling aside her dagger.
"I'll join. I swear I'll—"
Thren cut out her throat anyway, and as the body fell, he kicked her once in the chest in contempt.
"The writing's in the damn sky,"
Thren told the dying woman.
"What worth are you if you can't understand until it's too late?"
Herrn watched the life leave her eyes, and he echoed Tarlak's words in his mind again and again to harden his heart against the cruel image. Do what must be done, you understand me? You do what must be done.
"Not even guilt,"
Herrn whispered, and he cleaned the blood off his sabers using a dead man's shirt.
"What's that?"
Thren asked, cleaning his own blades.
"Nothing,"
Herrn said. "Where to next?" Thren sheathed his short swords, frowned at a cut on his arm, and then gestured up the stairs.
"To the streets," he said. "Let's see if we can witness the fruit of our labors."
They climbed the stairs into the empty tavern, and Herrn stepped out first, followed by Thren. In the soft rain, they could still hear the occasional scream, and the darkness made the various fires easy to spot. Looking to the rooftops, Herrn saw a man running, the dark green cloak of the Serpent Guild flapping from his back. To his left, Herrn spotted another trio, 2 men and a woman, and all of them bore the color of the Spider Guild. Thren's smile blossomed, and when the 3 rushed to Thren and bowed low, his satisfaction was almost sickening.
"Museum likes to say the sun always rises," the woman said, "but it also sets. Night has fallen upon Veldaren, Master Fellhorn. Give us our orders."
The title gave Herrn chills that even the grey cloaks of the Spider could not.
"Hunt down all who remain loyal,"
Thren told them,
"from the highest of nobles to the lowest of the low. I want those with the sun on their bodies executed."
"What about you?" asked one of the men. "He's with me," Herrn said, "and we have the highest of the highest to find." Thren cast a look over his shoulder, and he seemed terribly amused.
"Indeed,"
he said, returning his attention to the first of many to rejoin his guild.
"I'll be fine. Now go. Shed blood in my name."
They did as they were told. Instead of watching them go, Herrn ran back across the street and climbed to the rooftop they'd first lurked upon prior to the assault. Feeling the rain beating down on him, he held a hand up over his eyes and peered across the city. He saw shapes everywhere, though how many were real and how many were imaginary distortions of the rain he couldn't guess. "You left none to tell us where Museum is," Herrn said as Thren joined him on the rooftop.
"He'll show himself,"
Thren said. "What makes you so confident he will?" Before he could answer, the ground shook from an explosion not far to the south. Purple fire roared into the air, accompanied by black smoke and a tremendous blast of sound. Eyes twinkling, Thren pointed toward the distant fire and grinned.
"I think we've found our invitation,"
he said, and before Herrn could call it insane to run into a certain ambush, Thren dashed across the rooftops, aiming to do just that. More dying screams reached his ears through the rainfall. Not just thieves. Bakers, smiths, clerks, stablemen, prostitutes. Any who bore the 4-pointed star upon their breast, or painted it above their doorways, all died as the resurging tide of the old guilds burst open doors and climbed through windows. Cloaks that had been hidden or tossed now hung proudly from their shoulders. It felt like the abyss had risen up to swallow Veldaren, and Herne clenched a fist tight as he did everything to convince himself it was justified.
"What must be done?"
he whispered. Legs pumping, cloak billowing, Herne followed his father into the storm. Chapter 26. No enemy was yet in sight when Antenniel ordered Veldaren's city guard and stationed soldiers to arm themselves for battle. Their foes would arrive that night, he was certain of it. And as the clouds deepened, bringing rain in from the north, he could not shake the feeling they were borne on an unnatural wind. Come nightfall, he stood above the western gate, eyes to the distant King's Forest, as the few hundred men under his command joined him on the wall.
"What happens if this army doesn't show?"
Sergen asked beside him as the soft rain fell.
"Then I'll claim it was an exercise," Antenniel said. "Gods know we could use the practice." When the symbol of the sun erupted above the city, only to be consumed by the spider, murmurs spread all across the wall. Antenniel watched, a foul feeling deep in the pit of his stomach.
"What does it mean?"
Sergen asked him as they both peered up at the sky.
"It means exactly what it looks like it means," Antenniel said. "The Spider Guild's rising up against the Sun Guild. Of course they'd pick tonight to do it, while not a single city guard will be out there to stop them."
"Tonight's going to be ugly, Sergen."
"While we fight our battle at the walls, there will be another raging inside them."
"Try not to think on it,"
Sergen said, pointing north, and he was hardly the only one to notice.
"The scum of the city can butcher each other to their heart's content. We have our own enemy to worry about."
From the forest, the army emerged. At first they were distant dots of gray, blobs of a different color from the rest of the night. As the army continued to march, coming closer, those on the wall better saw their armor, their drawn weapons. They carried no torches, for they had no need of them, given their racial ability to see in darkness as well as daylight. Antenniel envied the ability as his own men struggled to keep their torches lit against the rain. Even from such a great distance, they could easily hear the thrumming of drums and a chorus of war chants sung by deep voices.
"No wagons or catapults,"
Sergen said, squinting in an attempt to see them better.
"But if they're coming out of a forest, they'll have had plenty of choices for a solid battering ram. Unless they built a cover for it, though, our archers will tear whoever's carrying it to pieces."
Antenniel nodded, keeping unspoken Dieredan's fears about what the necromancer could do. Up and down the wall he heard his men calling out, and he was proud of how much was in mockery of the approaching army. The fear was there, hidden but controlled. So long as it stayed that way, Veldaren had a chance.
"What the?"
Sergen asked, voice trailing off as he pointed dumbly. From deep within the forest sailed thin dots of deep purple fire, bursting from the trees in a direct flight toward Veldaren's skies. The men around him braced their shields or lowered themselves to take cover, for it seemed as if they were projectiles. But then they arced and shifted, continuing to fly without dropping. Antenniel stared along with all the others, baffled as to what approached.
"Sir?"
Sergen asked, but Antenniel didn't know what to say. The shapes were growing closer, and lit so brightly by the purple fire, he swore he could almost make out. And then the screams hit. 1,000 of them. Horrific wails, as if the tortured souls of the very abyss were given a chance to let loose all their torment and agony. The blistering cacophony descended upon them from above. Antenniel felt his heart skip in his chest, felt terror clawing at his throat. There was no reason for it, no rationale. He simply felt terror, helpless, crippling terror, and he knew he was not the only one. All around him, his soldiers cowered along the wall, holding their ears or covering their eyes. "Fight it!" Antenniel screamed, trying to muster strength against this supernatural horror. "Fight it! Fight it!" Slowly he felt the fear ebbing, and he looked up to see the orbs flying directly above them. They were skulls, he realized, those of the dead the army had butchered on its march toward the capital.
Their flesh was peeled away but for the tiniest of bits that still clung to the bone, flapping in the ethereal fire that burned and burned. The skulls took circular flight over the gate, some dipping down low to soar mere feet above his soldiers, as if to toy with them and their fear. Others looped into the city, sending their horrific screeches piercing through Veldaren's streets. Through sheer will, Antonio rose to his feet, and he banged his sword against his shield in a vain attempt to counter the wailing. "On your feet!" he screamed to his men, and he pushed through the ranks, striking his shield again and again. "On your feet, you cowards! Gonna piss yourselves over a little screaming? It's just a damn trick! Now on your feet!" Slowly his men returned to their senses. Antonio's heart felt as if it were racing 100 miles a minute, but the fear was receding, the screams no longer carrying the same edge. Up and down the wall he continued, calling to his men, commanding them to stand. It felt hopeless, as for every man he convinced to stand, 2 more remained whimpering, but he had to try. Lightning cracked above, and glancing up, he saw that the fire of the skulls had dimmed. As the orc army continued its approach, the skulls winked out one by one, falling lifeless to the ground, where they shattered on the stone streets and walls. It was as if a vice had been removed from his throat. Those who had cowered now stood, embarrassed, angry. Antonio slapped men on their backs, still shouting, barely aware of what he said, and knowing his men would not truly hear either. The tone was what mattered, the force of his words, the power of his conviction. They would live. They would fight. They would win. "They better hope they have more than cheap tricks if they want to get inside these walls," Sergen said as Antonio returned to the wall above the western gate. Antonio looked to the field and rode outside the gate, where the army was massing. With the dark and the rain, he couldn't begin to count. His best estimate put them at several thousand. Solid numbers, but unless they had ladders and rams, the walls would still hold. A hand tapped his shoulder, and Antonio realized Sergen was trying to get his attention while also pointing to the sky. "Looks like our friend is back," Sergen said. Sonoan looped above the city, the white of the horse's body and wings, a startling contrast to the dark storm. "You're in charge," Antonio said as the horse looped lower and lower toward the nearby city district. "I'll be back shortly, I promise." "Don't take too long," Sergen called after him as Antonio descended the stairs. "I'd hate for you to miss all the fun." From his lower perspective, Antonio did the best he could to watch where the flying horse landed. He counted the homes as he passed them, trying to remember where he'd last seen the white beast fly. Finally, at one of the alleys on his left, he turned in, hoping he'd guessed correctly. Being away from his men at such a crucial time upset him to no end, but the elf would not come flying in amid the rain and the chaos without good reason. "Come bringing good news," Antonio pleaded in his mind as he stopped halfway through the alley, which was disappointingly empty. Letting out a sigh, he started to move, then heard a whistle from above. Looking up, Antonio chuckled, then lifted his sword in a salute. From the rooftop leaped Dalglish, landing lightly on his feet. "Greetings, Dalglish," Antonio said as he pulled off his helmet. "Greetings to you as well, guard captain," Dalglish said as he took a step back and then kneeled in respect. His long hair was wet and sticking to his face, and he looked about as haggard as Antonio felt. "Though I fear greetings are all I may offer you." It took little imagination to understand what the elf could mean. Antonio pointed toward the west wall as the distant army of orcs let out a great communal roar. "We can't defeat them on our own," Antonio shouted to be heard over the din. "Where is our aid?" Dalglish shook his head, and the softest hint of sadness pulled at his features. "The Akrazar will not aid you," he said. "We have been forbidden. Shadowdance insists this is a minor skirmish and nothing more. We are not the keepers of man. Minor skirmish? Antonil asked. What about the necromancer traveling with him? You're the one who said he was dangerous, that he might bring down our walls all on his own. Another communal roar washed over the city, louder, closer. I know, Dioradon said. Forgive me, Antonil. I will watch and I will pray. Whoever started this war will not go unpunished. The elf whistled, and Antonil glanced up to see Sonowen landing atop the nearby roof, wings fluttering to flick off the building rain. Dioradon bowed one last time, and then leaped, kicked off the side of the building, then twisted to catch the side so he might pull himself up. Antonil watched him mount the horse, feet rooted to the ground until at last the elf took off into the dark night, quickly vanishing amid the storm. Once Dioradon was gone, he felt free to let out how he truly felt. "Damn it all!" Antonil shouted, slamming his mailed fist into a wall. They were alone now. The mockery of the skulls showed they faced no normal army, yet their walls of wood and stone would have to hold. Still, shaking his head, he stormed back to the gate, muttering curses. Upon arriving, he saw that the ground forces were still terribly thin. "Where the bloody abyss are Lady Gemcroft's mercenaries?" he cried to no one in particular. With so many on the wall, only 24 stood before the solid wood and metal gates, the most Antonil could spare. He'd expected several hundred to join him. It seemed Elisa had different ideas. Did she plan on keeping them with her at her home? What did it matter if the whole city burned, so long as her mansion endured? Antonil was used to such thinking from the highborn, but he'd hoped for better from her. Apparently, he'd been wrong. "What? Are we not good enough for you?" a familiar voice shouted over the din. Antonil turned to see Tarlak, pushing his way through the soldiers so he could hurry down the stairs of the wall, his yellow robes looking ridiculous contrasted with the black and blue of the night. For some reason it made Antonil smile, and eased his anger and stress. "Forgive me," Antonil said. "I didn't think a wizard for hire would be the most reliable of defenders." "Are you kidding? We're the most reliable of all," Tarlak said, closing the distance and offering Antonil his hand. "Though we need to work on the for hire part. So far as I know, we're not getting paid." "Later," Antonil said. "Are you alone?" "Del and Brugh are up there," Tarlak said, jerking a thumb toward the top of the wall. "Both should prove more useful than you might expect. Well, Delicia will be, anyway. What is it you want me to do?" Antonil stared dumbly for a moment, then shrugged. "I've never commanded a wizard before," he said. "I don't even know what all you can do." "Think more in concepts, then. Defense? Offense? Walls, gates, fire, ice, what?" Antonil gestured to the wall and the chorus of war chants and drums on the other side. "Orcs, bad. Humans, good. Do what you think is best. Is that basic enough?" Tarlak snapped his fingers and a bit of fire sparked from them. "Kill as many as I can," he said, grinning. "Got it." Despite himself, Antonil smiled. "I think we all have those same orders," he said. "If you two are done sucking each other off, there's a battle to fight up here," Sergin shouted. Antonil secured his shield on his back, then hurried up the stone steps to the wall, the wizard following just behind. Upon reaching the top, Antonil overlooked the thousands of orcs who were preparing a charge. They looked so similar to men, just more muscular and broad-shouldered. The shade of their skin was most noticeable, a pale likeness of flesh, as if all color and life had been drained from their bodies. Some wore crude armor, but they were few, with the majority wearing war paint, skulls, and straps of leather. Each orc looked capable of handling 2 men at once in battle, and given how they outnumbered them so terribly. Tarlak nudged him with his elbow, pulling him from such thoughts. "Behind the army," Tarlak said, lowering his voice as if afraid of being overheard. "What is that?"
A thin line formed the very rear of the orc forces. It was difficult to tell, but they did not appear to be orcs. As to what they could be, Antonil had no guess. In the center of the line, though, was a man or woman clothed in solid black, not even their face visible due to a heavy hood. "That'd be the necromancer leading them," Antonil whispered back. The wizard let out a grunt. "Interesting," he muttered. "I might not kill as many orcs as I'd like if whoever that is out there decides to come play as well." Antonil clapped him on the shoulder. "You're like any other soldier now," he said. "Do your duty, and we'll be fine." "If you say so, but don't hold any delusions about being my commanding officer." He stopped, unable to be heard due to the great cry the orcs let loose while simultaneously smacking their weapons together and stomping their feet. Thousands, Antonil saw. So many thousands, and with another cry they surged toward the city. "The gates better hold," Antonil muttered so that only Tarlak could hear. "Don't see any reason why they won't," the wizard replied. "What are the orcs going to do? Beat it down with their bare hands?" "Seems like it. Here they come. Arrows! Loose!" The rows of archers on the walls released arrow after arrow as the army of orcs came barreling forward. A great cry accompanied the charge, deep, throaty roars easily drowning out any shouts of pain from those brought low by the shafts. Antonil watched the arrows fly, taking grim satisfaction in watching the wounded drop, quickly trampled by the orcs who came stampeding after. Volley after volley they fired. With so many in the fields before them, there was no need to aim, only release as fast as possible. Beside him, Tarlak rubbed his hands together, nearly overcome with glee. "Just a little bit of fire along the walls, and we'll all be heading back to bed within the hour," he said. That glee vanished when a red dot appeared from the back line overlooking the battle. Tarlak cocked his head, watching as it grew, and then his eyes spread wide. "Oh, shit," he said, then turned about to scream at the dozen soldiers bunched up before the gates. "Get out of the way! Move!" Antonil turned back, then saw that the red dot was a roaring inferno of fire surging toward the city in a great beam. It burned through the orc army, consuming bodies as if they were oil-soaked cloth, and then slammed into the city gate. The beam never slowed. The wood exploded, shrapnel shooting in all directions. The soldiers